Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Ding. Transmigrator detected. System generating. Ding. The system has generated %10, %20, %40, %90. Ding. Congratulations, host, the super god cultivation system has been successfully bound. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out, instantly waking Li Yang from his daze. Damn, who is it? What are you shouting for so early in the morning? Can't you have a little compassion? Muttering to himself, Li Yang reluctantly opened his eyes. What came into view was an antique-style room. Hey, what's going on? This doesn't even look like my doghouse. Instinctively, Li Yang, with a look of utter confusion on his face, was about to stand up. However, the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. A flood of unfamiliar memories surged from the depths of his mind, intensely stimulating his brain, and he couldn't help but scream out in agony. It took him a full half-hour to recover from the excruciating pain. Yushan Continent, Tiankai Dynasty, Qilong City, Li family, Li Yang. What's going on? Have I time-traveled? Li Yang felt the memories in his mind, then turned around and looked at himself in the mirror. They discovered that he now looks exactly like this body, both in appearance and name. He clearly remembered that before he transmigrated, he was reading a novel on his computer and then fell asleep without realizing it. However, when I woke up again, I found myself here. Could I really have been reborn into another world? Or am I dreaming? Wait, did something just wake me up? Could this be a dream? Just as he was about to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming. Suddenly, he felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his stomach. The sudden pain made him collapse onto the bed with a thud. Now, Li Yang is certain that he really has traveled through time. Ah! Li Yang let out a scream. At the same time, a memory that caused him pain resurfaced in his mind. Danshan shattered, all cultivation lost? Li Yang's pained expression froze instantly. Without time to think, he quickly sensed his surroundings and found that his danshan was empty, his whole body was limp, and he had no strength at all, just like an ordinary person. 3 days ago, he was provoked by the disciples of various families and got into a fight with Li Cheng, the son of the Grand Elder. His danshan was shattered by Li Cheng, causing him to lose all his cultivation. Normally, with his cultivation level, he wouldn't have been injured by Li Cheng. But for some reason, he felt weak all over that day and couldn't muster any energy. He was then inexplicably injured in his danshan by Li Cheng, causing him to lose all his cultivation. He was originally one of the top geniuses in the Li family. At the age of only 15, he had already reached the 6th level of qi refining and was even selected by the family to be sent to the Chaotian sect for cultivation. Chaotian sect is one of the 3 major sects of the Tiankai dynasty. Entering the Chaotian sect not only allows one to cultivate rapidly, but also elevates one's status and position, making one look up to wherever one goes. As a student admitted through the recommendation system, Li Yang is the envy of countless talented young people. However, now, with his danshan shattered and his cultivation completely lost, everything has vanished like a bubble. Well, my dear nephew, you see, Li Cheng did it unintentionally. How about your uncle gives you a spirit-nourishing pill as compensation? Unconsciously, the hypocritical face of the Grand Elder appeared before his eyes. And these were the words the Grand Elder said to him afterward. Then, without waiting for his reply, he left the pills and left. An accident? I think it was premeditated, wasn't it? It's just a guaranteed admission spot, why be so ruthless? Just because my parents died in an accident? Just because I'm an orphan now? Just because? Hee hee. Large families, indeed, have no kinship to speak of. Li Yang thought sadly to himself. Ding! The system has detected that the host's stanchion is shattered and is performing one-click repair on the host's stanchion. Ding! Repair in progress, 10% complete. 30%. 60%. 90%. Ding! Congratulations, host, your stanchion has been successfully repaired. A mechanical, cold voice suddenly rang out, causing Li Yang's eyes to widen instantly. Chapter 2. At the same time, he felt his abdomen first become hot, and then it became incredibly cool. He felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but hum softly. At the same time, a huge storm was raging in his heart. He had confirmed that along with his transmigration and rebirth, he had also obtained an essential item for transmigrators, a system. And this system is absolutely amazing. It can even repair a shattered stanchion? Li Yang swallowed hard and asked impatiently. System, are you there? System reminder, when communicating with the system, the host can do so with their mind, without needing to speak. So, system, could you describe your structure? This system is known as the All Heavens and Myriad Realms Cultivation System. Its functions include one-click scanning, one-click optimization, one-click virus removal, one-click repair, one-click cultivation, and so on. Of course, since it's the initial binding, the system only unlocks the one-click scan and one-click repair functions. If you want to use other functions, you'll have to develop them yourself in the future. Ding! As this is the first time the system has been bound, the host is hereby granted 10 cultivation points. After these 10 cultivation points are used up, the host can only obtain cultivation points by completing tasks. Ding! The system is scanning and detecting the target. Ding! Test complete. Spirit Gathering Pill, low grade, medicinal power 15, toxicity 40, impurities 45. It has a negligible effect on the host's cultivation level. Long-term use will lead to meridian blockage. After repair, it can be obtained as a top-grade spirit pill. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes widened immediately. I almost screamed out loud. A top-grade elixir. System, are you kidding me? Let alone the Tiankai dynasty, there are probably only a handful of top-grade spiritual pills in the entire Yushan continent, right? With these questions in mind, Li Yang secretly gave instructions. Repair the spirit nourishing pill. Ding! The system has deducted 10 cultivation points to repair a low-grade spirit nourishing pill. Ding! Repair complete. Spirit nourishing pill, top grade, 100% medicinal power, no impurities, no toxins, can increase the host's cultivation by 500%. Ding! The spirit nourishing pill has been repaired. All information about the spirit nourishing pill has been transferred to the host's memory. Please check it. As soon as the system notification sounded, Li Yang stared in disbelief at the golden, completely transparent pill that had landed in his hand. Really? Holy shit! Ah! However, he immediately felt a surge of unfamiliar memories rushing into the depths of his mind. A piercing pain shot through him, and he couldn't help but clutch his head and scream in agony. A dozen minutes later, Li Yang stood up. His pained expression was gone, replaced by one of shock. After a brief process, he discovered that the unfamiliar information he had just encountered was actually all the knowledge about how to refine a top-grade spirit-nourishing pill. He even had a feeling that he could refine a top-grade spirit-nourishing pill right now if he wanted to. System, can I assume that I will know all the information about any item that I have scanned and repaired? Yes, host. This system is the Super God Cultivation System, dedicated to helping the host cultivate. All items related to cultivation will be scanned and repaired. It also allows the host to access all information about the scanned and repaired items, including the item's origin, design, and process. In addition, the system will provide solutions for anything that has been scanned, and the host can decide how to solve it. That's really true. Li Yang's eyes gleamed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Then he burst into laughter. You framed me, you kicked me when I was down, I, Li Yang, will show you what it means to make a name for yourself. The deep, resolute words echoed in the room for a long time. Chapter 3. After a while, Li Yang suppressed his excitement and forced himself to calm down. Top-grade spirit nourishing pill. A 5-fold increase in cultivation level. He looked at the completely transparent pill in his hand, which was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance, and was deeply shocked. In the imperial continent, elixirs are divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Low and mid grade pills are readily available everywhere, so it's not surprising. However, high-level pills are extremely rare. It is an extremely precious thing, even in the entire Yushan continent. Not to mention top-grade elixirs, those are just legendary treasures. Since he could remember, Li Yang had never seen any detailed records of top-grade elixirs in any ancient books. Only one description of how to identify top-grade elixirs has been passed down. Before this, he even believed that there was no such thing as a top-grade elixir in the world. This must have been fabricated by some unscrupulous alchemist. But now he was indeed holding a top-grade elixir that radiated spiritual light and was incredibly fragrant, and it was exactly as described in the legends about top-grade elixirs. How could he not be excited by this dreamlike feeling? Li Yang swallowed hard and asked. System, since cultivation points are so important, how can we obtain them? It's very simple. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the system, you can get cultivation points and other rewards. The missions are divided into A, B, C, D, and Supreme missions. The rewards for missions of different levels are also different. Ding! The system has issued a D-level mission. Use a top-grade elixir to regain your former cultivation level, gain 10 cultivation points, and unlock your personal attribute list. The system notification sounded, and Li Yang was slightly taken aback. The mission has been issued so quickly. Although surprised, Li Yang did not hesitate. He quickly sat cross-legged on the bed and put the top-grade spirit-nourishing pill into his mouth. The moment the elixir entered the mouth, it instantly transformed into a surging medicinal power that rapidly spread throughout the body. Boom! He felt a sudden jolt in his body, and his aura surged. Qi refining level 1. In the blink of an eye, Li Yang went from being an ordinary mortal back to the first level of Qi refining. The 3 realms of acquired cultivation are Qi refining, Qi condensation, and spiritual essence. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. The first level of Qi refining is just the beginning. Despite this, Li Yang was extremely excited. However, he had not forgotten that the effects of the Supreme Spirit Nourishing Pill were still present. He quickly regained his composure, continued to circulate his internal energy, refined the medicinal power, and traveled through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Boom, boom, boom. Li Yang felt a constant booming and explosive sound emanating from his body, his aura rising steadily. His cultivation was also advancing with unstoppable momentum. Qi refining level 2, Qi refining level 3, Qi refining level 4. Finally, at one point, he opened his eyes. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Peak of the 5th level of Qi refining. I've finally rediscovered that long-lost feeling. Li Yang stood up, savoring the feeling of regaining his energy, and was filled with emotion. Elder, Li Cheng, and the Li family's higher UPS, you didn't expect this, did you? I, Li Yang, am back. Prepare for my return and my wrath. Li Yang muttered to himself, his bright eyes shooting out 2 cold, sharp glints. After a short while, Li Yang calmed down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving 10 cultivation points. Ding! Mission complete. Personal attribute list activated. Host, Li Yang. Level, Qi refining level 5, 150/1000. Exercise, Qi guiding technique. Martial arts, exquisite steps, swimming dragon palm, mid-grade yellow level martial arts. In the Imperial Heaven continent, martial arts techniques are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each level is further divided into 3 grades: Upper, Middle, and Lower. Possessing items, none. Cultivation points, 10. Unlockability, one-click repair. One-click optimization feature to be enabled. Taskbar, no tasks available. Chapter 4. Damn it! Where's Li Yang? Get out here right now! Get out here right now! Young Master Cheng is taking back the villa. You'd better get out of the Li family right now, or else, hee. Just as Li Yang was checking his attribute list, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. Immediately following were several shouts that sounded like broken gongs. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's face immediately darkened. Li Cheng. Is he here to die? Since that's the case, then let's start with you. Li Yang slowly stood up, his eyes flashing coldly, a smirk playing on his lips, and walked out with a playful expression. Although Li Cheng's appearance is not exactly what one would expect, with his pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks, and his flirtatious eyes. However, he considered himself dashing and debonair, always carrying a folding fan and trying to appear cultured. At this moment, he stood in Li Yang's villa, looking at the huge villa and muttering to himself. Tisk tisk, what a beautiful villa! I'm getting excited just thinking about moving in here soon. Damn, I'm so excited. Wanting Wenlin Villa is simply wishful thinking. Just then, a mocking voice rang out, immediately catching his attention. As Li Yang walked out of the house, he happened to hear Li Cheng's words and immediately scoffed at them with sarcasm. Damn it, Li Yang, you've become immortal and you still dare to go against young Master Cheng? Apologize to young Master Cheng right now, or else. Let me tell you, Li Yang, you're no longer the number 1 genius in the Li family, you should be the number 1 good for nothing. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Haha, the number 1 good for nothing in the Li family. Hee, apologize, hurry up and kneel down and kowtow. The lackeys behind Li Cheng roared and shouted without restraint, appearing extremely arrogant. Li Cheng was extremely pleased with himself. He could already foresee Li Yang kneeling before him. However, Li Yang's next move almost made his jaw drop. A cold glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes. The family heirloom, exquisite intricate steps, then unfold. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the loudest lackey and slapped him across the face. The lackey's name was Li Dalu, and he was Li Cheng's follower. He followed Li Cheng and did a lot of unethical things. In his view, how could a washed-up young master with his dantian destroyed compare to Li Cheng? If not now, when? Therefore, among these followers, he was the one who shouted the loudest. Just as he continued to use his influence to suppress Li Yang. Suddenly, a figure blurred before my eyes. Immediately afterwards, he felt a sharp pain in his face. Then, he experienced what it felt like to be a superhuman. Bang! Ah! Oh my god, that really hurts! Damn it, what are you yelling about? Get over there! Upon hearing Li Yang's loud shout, Li Dalu, who was lying on the ground yelling, immediately showed a terrified expression, tightly covering his mouth, afraid of making a sound. He was truly terrified. That slap just now not only sent him flying. It also shattered many bones in his body. Has his dantian really been destroyed? No, it's not useless, he can feel it. He wanted to warn Li Cheng, but when he saw Li Yang's murderous gaze, he immediately chickened out. Li Yang spat at Li Dalu, who was lying on the ground howling, with a look of disgust, and then looked at Li Cheng with amusement. Holy crap, how is this possible? Li Cheng's lackeys immediately felt their faces burning and instinctively covered their faces. They all retreated in unison, as if afraid of becoming flying figures. Li Cheng was completely stunned. Wasn't Li Yang's Danshan destroyed? But how could someone whose Danshan has been destroyed, who is like a cripple, still have such great strength? Is that impossible? Li Yang, brute force? Yes, he must have a lot of brute strength. Thinking of this, Li Cheng immediately felt relieved and became smug again. Chapter 5. Li Yang, do you think you're invincible just because you have brute strength? This young master. Are you an idiot? Li Cheng, what do you want by bringing people to cause trouble at Wenlin Villa? Li Yang interrupted Li Cheng with a strange expression and slowly walked towards him. The mocking expression on his face immediately enraged Li Cheng, making him forget what had just happened. Damn it, you're just relying on brute force. I don't believe I can't take you down. Go. Whoever kills him, I will reward him with a low-grade spirit-gathering pill. His disdainful expression instantly turned into a ferocious one. He immediately offered huge profits. For these lowly people living at the very bottom of their families, a low-grade spirit-gathering pill is extremely precious, practically a celestial elixir. So when he heard that Li Cheng's reward was a low-grade spirit-nourishing pill, his adrenaline surged and he rushed forward with red eyes. Kill him! This brat dares to go against young Master Cheng. Kill him! What's there to be afraid of in a washed-up young master? Go for it! Boy, you've barged into the gates of hell, prepare to die. Upon seeing this, Li Cheng revealed a sinister and smug smile. These lackeys were at least at the 4th level of qi refining, and there was more than one of them. Even those at the 5th level of qi refining would have to exert a great deal of effort to deal with them. With his Danshan destroyed, even if he has some brute strength, it's all for naught. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. At this moment, not only him, but also the other members of the Li family hiding in the shadows shook their heads. Their gazes towards Li Yang were filled with regret. Li Rongguan was an ordinary elder in the Li family. At this moment, he and another steward stood at the entrance of Wenlin Villa, watching everything that was happening inside, and shook their heads inwardly. Li Yang, sigh. Actually, it would be better if he died, saving us from suffering. Holy crap, how is this possible? Just as he was muttering to himself, another deacon suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Li Rongguan quickly looked up and never looked down again. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the incredibly shocking scene in the courtyard, his gaze unable to leave for a long time. Scanning for target. Target scan complete. Li Feng, a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of qi refining. Martial skill, 8 fierce palms, low-grade Xian level palm technique, strength 56, proficiency 48, speed 55. Attack its left armpit, and you can easily break it. Upon hearing this from the system, Li Yang was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. Holy crap! You can actually do that! Li Yang never expected that the system could accurately detect the flaws in the opponent's martial arts techniques. Doesn't this mean that when facing an enemy, one only needs to scan and find the opponent's weakness to defeat them in one move? Looking at the lackeys rushing towards him like the wind, Li Yang couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. At the same time, he unleashed the dragon palm technique, and with the support of the exquisite steps, attacked him like a ghost. Judging from the direction of the attack, it was aimed directly at the man's left armpit. Li Feng, Li Cheng's follower and bodyguard. He was the most skilled among all of Li Cheng's followers, just a hair's breadth away from becoming a qi refining level 5 cultivator. At this moment, he waved his hands, his feet moving intricately, and he attacked Li Yang with a sinister grin. Hee, young Master Li Yang, don't blame me for taking action against you today. It's because you don't have any powerful backers and you offended young Master Cheng. In your next life, may you be reborn into a good family. Hey, what's he laughing at? Is he an idiot? Just as he crept up to Li Yang, he suddenly saw Li Yang grin at him. With doubts in his mind, he didn't think much and was about to kill. However, suddenly, he felt a figure flash before his eyes. Not good. His face changed drastically upon seeing his extensive combat experience, and he immediately took defensive measures. But it was too late. Chapter 6. Li Yang's palm strike swiftly struck the weakness in Li Feng's palm technique. It landed squarely under Li Feng's left armpit, and even plucked a tuft of armpit hair in the process. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. Everyone saw Li Feng instantly take to the air. A streak of blood shot across the sky. With a loud bang, Li Feng crashed through the courtyard wall, rolled to the ground, and died. Quiet. The scene was completely silent. Everyone stared at Li Yang, who was clutching a tuft of armpit hair, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. Holy crap, this can't be happening. Send away a 4th level Qi refining cultivator in one move? Are you kidding me? Wasn't his Danshan destroyed, turning him into a cripple? Can anyone tell me how a cripple can be so powerful? Could the legend be false? I feel that young Master Li Yang's Danshan is not ruined at all. Misinformation spreading. I just want to know why young Master Li Yang pulled his armpit hair. Everyone who had been observing from the shadows looked at Li Yang differently now. Li Rongguan stared wide-eyed at Li Yang, who was standing in the center of the room, as if he had seen a ghost. Within the Li family, who knows best whether Li Yang's Danshan is truly destroyed or not? Besides the Grand Elder and the clan chief, there was only him. When Li Yang was injured and fell into a coma, Li Rongguan was the first person to arrive at the scene to check on him. Who told him to be Li Yang's father's most trusted brother? But he clearly. Could it be that his elder brother left him some kind of treasure to repair his Danshan? In an instant, he realized this possibility. Holy crap, how is this possible? Li Yang actually found the flaw in the 8 fierce palms technique precisely. At this moment, the deacon standing next to Li Rongguan exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Li Rongguan finally remembered Li Yang's attack route. His eyes widened in shock. But a smile immediately appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth turned up. The worry in his eyes was gone, replaced by a meaningful smile. He didn't care how Li Yang was able to accurately find the flaws in the 8 fierce palms, as long as he could protect himself, that was enough. This is impossible. Li Yang, you. Li Cheng was even more horrified. As the instigator, he naturally knew that the story of Li Yang's Danshan being destroyed was true. But can anyone tell me what's going on? As if possessed, Li Cheng yelled and looked around at his thugs who were already dumbfounded and had forgotten to attack. Unfortunately, no one could answer him. System, scan Li Cheng. Li Yang looked at Li Cheng with amusement and secretly gave him instructions. He just stumbled upon something very interesting from his memory. If this is true, Li Cheng will be ruined and may even die without me having to lift a finger. Ding! Scanning the target. Ding! Scan complete. Li Cheng, BD. This person's bloodline is completely different from that of the Li family. According to the system's determination, he is not the son of the Li family's eldest elder, but was born from his wife's affair with another man. It is recommended that the host persuade the eldest elder of the Li family to conduct a paternity test on Li Cheng. The method is as follows. Li Yang. Just as I thought. The secret that Li Cheng was not the eldest elder's biological son was known to very few people in the entire Li family. Unfortunately, the body's father happened to be one of the people who knew the truth, and had even witnessed it firsthand. In his final moments before his death, he told Li Yang this secret. But he still doesn't understand why they told him instead of exposing him to the elder or the family's higher ups. Never mind, with his current strength, our forces are not capable of killing Li Cheng. It's because Li Cheng's father, that Grand Elder, has such a good eldest son. It's not advisable to use force without absolute certainty. Let's ruin his reputation first. Chapter 7. That's right, the eldest elder of the Li family also has a son, who is his eldest son. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but he was also noticed by the sect leader of Piaoyun sect, one of the three major sects of the Tiankai dynasty, and was taken in as a personal disciple. He was a true genius of the Tiankai dynasty, attracting the attention of thousands. In the Piaoyun sect, while not quite second only to one person and above 10,000 others, they were practically equal. Everyone thought that the Grand Elder was so powerful in the Li family because of his cultivation at the spirit origin realm. But what he truly relied on was his eldest son. At best, he's just an old dog who bullies others by taking advantage of their power. Li Yang was about to speak when he thought about it. But just then, a system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Mission triggered, showing your talent. Mission details: in the main hall of the Li family, make your mark and trample the elder and others underfoot. Completing the mission will reward you with 10 cultivation points and 1 free repair opportunity. A mission has been triggered. Just as Li Yang was somewhat surprised, a voice suddenly rang out. With a complex and expectant look in his eyes, Li Rongguan suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. Especially after seeing the malicious look in Li Yang's eyes as he looked at Li Cheng, Li Rongguan could no longer hesitate. Now that the Grand Elder is all-powerful, Li Yang is still too weak. It's best not to provoke him. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth. Li Yang, hurry to the main hall, the Lei family has arrived. Now that your Danshan has been destroyed, do you understand? Therefore, let's not delay Miss Lei's marriage any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Rongguan gave Li Yang a deep look, then turned and left with another steward. As he turned around, another deacon gave Li Rongguan a deep look, a slight smile playing on his lips, and whispered something. I've heard that the Supreme Elder is quite troubled lately. Why don't you and I go and pay our respects? Upon hearing this, Li Rongguan burst into laughter. Holy crap, I almost forgot about that. Yes, yes, everyone's waiting for you there, hurry up and go. Because after this, hee. Li Cheng was startled awake by Li Rongguan's voice. He was taken aback at first, but then burst into laughter. After giving a sarcastic remark, he left in high spirits. Break off an engagement? Li Yang narrowed his eyes. They quickly found information about the Lei family in their predecessors' memories, especially information about a person named Lei Luoxiu. Lei Luoxiu, the third young lady of the Lei family in Qilong City, was personally engaged to Li Yang's parents when they were still alive. After his Danshan was destroyed, Li Yang had anticipated that the Lei family would send people, but he did not expect them to arrive so quickly. Are you telling me that the news of my Danshan's recovery has been temporarily blocked? Li Yang instantly understood the meaning behind Li Rongguan's words. In that case, I will definitely not let you down. She tilted her head back, smiled, and strode out of Wenlin Villa. In the main hall of the Li family, the 4 elders of the Li family had all arrived. The current head of the family, Li Yuelun, sat in the main seat, looking at the Lei family group with a gloomy expression. The Lei family coming to break off the engagement was within his expectations, but thinking about it was one thing, and actually coming was another. The Li family is a disgrace. He couldn't help but feel even more contempt for Li Yang, the person involved, and harbored resentment towards his deceased elder brother, Li Yang's father. At this moment, as he looked at the people from the Lei family, his eyes were filled with endless gloom. The person from the Lei family was Lei Luoxiu's elder brother, named Lei Ming. He had just turned 20 this year and had already reached the 5th level of qi refining. Among the younger generation in Qilong City, he could be ranked among the top 10. At this moment, he stepped forward and said loudly to Li Yuelun. Chapter 8. Patriarch Li, I have come here today for my younger sister's marriage. As everyone here knows, Li Yang's Danshan has been destroyed and he has lost all his cultivation. You could say he's a complete cripple now. How could such a useless person be worthy of my little sister? Lei Ming was secretly pleased with himself. Compared to clinging to Li Yang's coattails, Li Cheng's approach is more advantageous. Who made Li Cheng have such a powerful older brother? He was actually a little reluctant, seeing his own sister become merchandise. However, for the sake of the entire family, her sacrifice was worthwhile. For a large family, this is a perfectly normal thing. Therefore, upon learning that Li Yang had been crippled, the Lei family immediately decided to change the engagement. That's why he brought Lei Luoxiu to the Li family. These words immediately sparked a low murmur of discussion among the crowd. The Lei family's skill in kicking someone when they're down is truly masterful. So what? It's obvious that Li Yang is useless now. If it were us, would you let your sister marry a good-for-nothing? Yes, it's all Li Yang's own fault. He insisted on fighting Li Cheng, wasn't he just courting death? Everyone in the hall sneered at Li Yang. The reason was simple, in everyone's eyes, Li Yang was like a toad trying to eat swan meat. How could a useless person be worthy of Miss Luo Shuet? Lei Luoxiu, one of the most beautiful women in Tiankai City, was remarkably calm. She remained silent throughout, wearing a veil, standing quietly behind Lei Ming, so that no one could see her true face or expression. However, if you were to remove her veil now and look closely, you would find that her eyes are filled with bitterness and helplessness. In that case, nephew Lei Ming, what is your purpose this time? Li Yuelun asked in a deep voice. Actually, you don't even need to ask to know what the Lei family means. As the head of the Li family, he was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The key issue is that he has no real power. In the Li family, the eldest elder holds absolute power and his words carry far more weight than those of the family patriarch. Who can blame them when they have such an amazing son? Actually, given the long-standing good relationship between the Lei and Li families, there is really no need to ruin our friendly relations because of a good-for-nothing. Therefore, my father has a suggestion: the marriage can continue, but it would be most appropriate to change Li Yang's name to Li Cheng, the son of the Grand Elder. Lei Ming said with a smile. Hey, that's a good suggestion. Li Cheng is a rare genius in Qilong City, much better than that good-for-nothing Li Yang. That's right, young Master Li Cheng and Miss Luo Shuet are a match made in heaven. An elder of the Li family immediately stood up and exclaimed in praise. Li Chengfeng, the father of Li Cheng, the eldest elder of the Li family, sat smiling to the left of Li Yuelun, his eyes closed and remaining silent. He slowly opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly what the Grand Elder had anticipated. The change of engagement was brought up in the main hall of the Li family, which was something he had discussed privately with the head of the Lei family. What happened just now was merely an act, a formality. Li Yuelun glanced at Li Chengfeng, who was sitting at the head of the table next to him, and a glint of shrewdness flashed deep in her eyes. Li Chengfeng was fully aware that he had gone so far as to harm Li Yang so that his son could enter the Chao Tian sect. Not only he, but everyone in the family knew this. In order to maintain family unity, he could only turn a blind eye to this. If even he acts this way, others will be even less likely to meddle. In fact, they might even welcome it. After all, compared to Li Yang, who has no background whatsoever, people tend to prefer Li Chengfeng, who wields immense power. Even he, as the head of the family, had to give the eldest elder face. Li Yang was just unlucky, he had no powerful backers. Elder, do you have any objections? Li Yuelun smiled and asked the Grand Elder. I have no objection, I will follow the head of the family's wishes. Li Chengfeng bowed slightly. Li Yuelun's lips twitched a few times before she spoke. Very well, since the Grand Elder has no objections, then as the head of the Li family, I hereby announce. However, before Li Yuelun could finish speaking, a hearty laugh came from the doorway. Chapter 9. Ha ha ha. How could such an important matter as annulment of the engagement be possible without a good-for-nothing like me who has lost all his cultivation? Dressed in blue, Li Yang strode into the Li family's council hall under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing his energetic appearance, Li Chengfeng, Li Yuelun, Lei Ming, and the others were all surprised. Li Chengfeng even frowned. Only Lei Luoxiu, who turned around upon hearing the sound, looked at Li Yang with a surprised gaze through her veil. Wasn't Li Yang's cultivation crippled by Li Cheng? How come he's back up, and seems different from before? Lei Ming looked puzzled. Although Li Chengfeng knew that Li Yang was seriously injured, he did not expect him to recover so quickly. Li Yang, why aren't you recuperating at Wenlin Villa? What are you doing here? Li Chengfeng asked in a deep voice. Li Yang grinned, in a great mood. Ding! The system is scanning everyone. Ding! Scan complete. Li Chengfeng, peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Origin Realm. Weaknesses: his foundation is unstable, and due to flaws in his cultivation technique, he dares not continue practicing. He cannot even get angry, otherwise he might die from a sudden surge of anger. System prompt: the host can only outsmart the enemy, not overpower them. Li Yuelun, great perfection of the Spirit Origin Realm. Weaknesses: indecisive, afraid of both the wolf in front and the tiger behind, clearly capable of overpowering Li Chengfeng, yet concealing his cultivation and daring not to make a move. System notification: if the host exposes the Li Cheng incident, this person will fully cooperate. Lei Luoxiu, peak of the 5th level of Qi refining realm. Situation: a victim of the family's rise to power. System notification: this woman has become curious about the host. Thunder. The elders of the Li family. Upon entering the Li family's main hall, Li Yang scanned Li Chengfeng and the others. Upon seeing this, a playful smile immediately appeared on Li Yang's lips. The most terrifying thing in this world is not how big your fist is, but that I know everything about you, while you know nothing about me. He glanced at Lei Luoxiu, a deep look of surprise in his eyes. It seems she's a pitiful person too. Thinking of this, he looked at Li Chengfeng and said with a smile. Isn't it me who was the one who broke off the engagement? Without me, the one holding the engagement, being there, I'm afraid your son wouldn't have been able to marry her, would he? Humph, Li Yang, you're a piece of trash, yet you dare to boast that you're the protagonist. Quickly hand over the engagement, or else. With a shout, Lei Ming drew his long sword and thrust it at Li Yang. Lei Ming, at the 7th level of Qi refining, unleashed a furious attack, instantly unleashing an extremely fierce aura that spread rapidly throughout the hall. Thunder, no! Li Yuelun cried out in alarm. She wanted to help, but it was too late. However, none of the Li family elders closest to Li Yang stepped forward to help him, they all watched coldly from the sidelines, some even showing expressions of anticipation. Elder Li Chengfeng was even more excited. He muttered to himself. Li Yang, since you've chosen to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. A piece of trash with no background dares to fight me? You're really not worthy. At the same time, Lei Ming's long sword, carrying an explosive and overwhelming momentum, was about to reach Li Yang. System, scan for thunderous martial arts. Ding! The system is scanning for the target. Ding! Scan complete. Whirlwind sword technique, high-grade Qian level, strength 123, sharpness 78, damage 10. Flaws: unpredictable, all show and no substance, a mere pretty face with no substance. System notification: the host is using the family's exquisite steps. Simply stomp on his feet until they swell to break the spell. Upon hearing the system notification, Li Yang's expression immediately turned strange. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face. I have to say, system, you're FG wicked. But I like it. Chapter 10. Li Yang stood there motionless, a smile on his face. The faces of everyone around him were filled with sneers. This Li Yang, having lost all his cultivation, still dares to provoke young Master Lei Ming. He's really asking for trouble. Young Master Lei Ming is one of the top 10 geniuses in Qilong City. How could Li Yang, this good-for-nothing, possibly stand against him? Tisk tisk, the Lei family's signature technique, whirlwind sword technique, is a high-grade Xian level skill. It's truly extraordinary. Everyone already knows that Li Yang is doomed. Li Qinfeng's smile was the most radiant. He could already foresee Li Yang's tragic end. Li Yuelun shook his head and closed his eyes, his lips curling into a look of disdain, sarcasm, and helplessness. It seems there really is no one who can cure him. Lei Luoxiu sighed inwardly. Trying to be a hero when you have no ability, that's really something. Ah! Just then, her beautiful eyes, hidden beneath her veil, suddenly widened, and she let out a startled cry. Lei Ming's mind was dark, and his face was ferocious. You unlucky brat, I wouldn't have done this to you if it weren't for the sake of the family. Now, you're dead. Just as his sword tip was about to pierce Li Yang's chest, his eyes suddenly widened. Because Li Yang disappeared. Hey, where did everyone go? Not good. Just as he was momentarily stunned, he felt a figure appear beside him. Before he could react, damn it, I'll stomp you flat. At the same time as he heard a loud shout, he felt a sharp, excruciating pain in his right foot. With a loud crash, the long sword fell to the ground. I couldn't help it. Damn it. My foot is broken. Oh my god, it hurts so much. A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the Li family's council hall. Quiet. Apart from screams, there was only silence. Everyone stared in shock at Lei Ming, who was sitting on the ground holding his right foot, which had become like a pancake. Holy crap, how is this possible? He actually crushed young Master Lei's foot. The key point is that his move just happened to break the Lei family's whirlwind sword technique. Was it a coincidence, or could he really see the flaws in martial arts techniques? Nonsense! How could a cripple with his dantian destroyed possibly see the flaws in the Lei family whirlwind sword technique? Lei Luoxiu's expression had already changed drastically. Qi refining level 6. Li Yang, didn't you lose all your cultivation? How can you still have the cultivation level of the 6th level of Qi refining? Lei Luoxiu forgot to care about the injured Lei Ming, staring wide-eyed at Li Yang. But no one saw the sudden burst of brilliant light from her eyes behind her veil. Can you get me out of this fire pit? The Li family elders around them gaped wide enough to fit an egg inside their mouths. How is this possible? Li Chengfeng immediately shouted. A useless person whose dantian was destroyed and whose cultivation was completely lost, at this moment, not only did his cultivation fully recover, but he also directly broke the Lei family's famous whirlwind sword technique. Li Yuelun had already jumped up from her chair, her eyes gleaming as she stared at Li Yang. Li Yang, how dare you? This is the Li family hall, and Lei Ming is the young master of the Lei family. You injured him. What are your intentions? Do you want to ruin the relationship between our two families? Li Qinfeng's mood immediately turned heavy, and he shouted angrily. Oh ho, what a huge accusation! I'm just a piece of trash, how could I possibly hurt him? Elder, don't make baseless accusations. If people find out that Lei Ming, the young master of the dignified Lei family and one of the top 10 geniuses of Qilong City, was injured by a good-for-nothing who has lost all his martial arts skills, where would young Master Lei's face be? Would he still be able to live with himself? So the Grand Elder would better be careful with his words. You're spouting nonsense. Your cultivation level is clearly not lost, and you've even been hiding your strength from the entire family. Li Yang, what are your intentions? Li Chengfeng stomped over to Li Yang and pointed at him, shouting. Chapter 11. When Li Yang saw Li Chengfeng walking over, he looked up. System, scan Li Chengfeng's martial arts techniques. Ding. Scanning for target. Ding. Scan complete. Layered mountain palm technique, high-grade profound level, strength 200, layering degree 125, damage to enemy, 5. Weakness, due to an underlying injury, his meridians are blocked, making him just a pretty face with no substance. System notification, despite this, its vital energy is abundant and it is impossible to defeat it. Ding. System scan has detected that the host still has a low-grade spirit gathering pill. Do you wish to deduct 5 cultivation points for repair? Upon hearing this, Li Yang, who was initially somewhat disappointed, suddenly brightened up. Since I can't beat you, I'll scare you to death. Li Yang maliciously thought of this and gave the order. Repair the low-grade spirit gathering pill. Ding. Repairing the spirit nourishing pill for the host. Ding. Repair complete. Spirit nourishing pill, high-grade spiritual pill, medicinal power 80, no impurities, no toxins, can increase the host's cultivation by 200%. Hey, why isn't it a top-grade elixir? System notification, the effectiveness of the same pill will decrease after a second repair, until it becomes ineffective. However, it will not affect the host's pill refining. Upon hearing this, Li Yang revealed an expression that said, I knew it. Everything in the world has its own rules to follow, and even a system that defies the laws of nature is no exception. However, 200% efficacy is enough. System, take the spirit nourishing pill. As Li Yang secretly gave the order. In an instant, Li Yang's body jolted violently. His aura surged instantly. Qi refining level 6. Boom. Then, his momentum surged again. Qi refining level 7. You broke through. And he was promoted 2 ranks. Li Chengfeng was stunned at first, then his pupils suddenly contracted, and he screamed in horror. Holy crap! Has it really been a breakthrough? One of the elders of the Li family even cursed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Yuelun even ran down from his position as clan leader, circled around Li Yang, and couldn't help but show shock and excitement in his eyes. Lei Ming had forgotten the pain and stared blankly at Li Yang, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Lei Luoxia calmed down instead. She swallowed, opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to wait and see. Sorry, I lost control for a moment. I accidentally broke through. It's strange, lately I just can't seem to stop myself. I keep breaking through defenses, it's really annoying. Li Yang touched his nose and said softly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall shuddered violently. Showing off, blatantly showing off. But everyone present was speechless. Li Yang revealed a playful expression and looked at Li Chengfeng. Elder, I don't quite understand your question. It has always been you and your son who have been praising this to the clansmen. They're saying my dantian is shattered and I've lost all my cultivation. I, the person directly involved, find it strange. I'm perfectly fine, how could I suddenly become a cripple? Li Yang walked around the room with his hands behind his back, talking in confusion. Suddenly, he tapped his head and continued. Oh right, I know now. I know why you lied and slandered me, saying that I had lost all my cultivation and become a cripple. Li Yang pretended to suddenly realize something and said. Then he pointed to Lei Ming, who looked completely bewildered, and said. You want to marry him? No, you want your son to marry him. Ugh, look at my mouth, I always say the wrong thing when I'm nervous. You want to establish a connection with the Lei family, and then get in touch with the Chao Tian sect. This will strengthen your position within the Li family. So, your elaborate schemes to strengthen yourself are all for the purpose of coveting the position of family head. It's such a pity. Li Yang looked at Li Chengfeng and shook his head with a sigh. He didn't continue speaking. Chapter 12. Flawed? What's a pity? Why the hell don't you say it? Li Chengfeng was furious and was about to speak. Li Yang suddenly let out a wail. My god, elder, do you really have to go that far? Just a BD child who has nothing to do with the Li family, why are you so concerned about him? What are your intentions? How could you help outsiders frame your own family? You have treacherous ambitions. The hall fell silent upon hearing this. A deathly silence. Everyone stared at Li Yang, looking as if they had seen a ghost. What is he saying? Is he implying that Li Cheng isn't the Grand Elder's biological son? This is just too ridiculous. Could it be true? You know, Li Cheng and the Grand Elder don't look alike at all. Everyone was talking about it in their hearts. Li Yuelun's body trembled slightly. His eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. He actually knew about this. Could it be my elder brother? But even this won't bring down Li Chengfeng, will it? Li Yang, don't slander Li Cheng. This is revenge, blatant revenge. Lei Ming immediately cried out in alarm. Tisk tisk, Lei Ming, your Lei family is really cruel. You actually married Luo Shui off to someone who has nothing to do with the Li family. If you want to make friends, you don't have to make friends with a BD, do you? You. Lei Ming's face turned red with anxiety, and he pointed at Li Yang, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Ah! You BD, Li Yang, how dare you slander my son? You! Once he came to his senses, Li Chengfeng started screaming wildly. His gaze sharpened, locking onto Li Yang, and he spoke coldly. Li Yang, this is the main hall of the Li family. As a member of the Li family, how dare you insult your clansmen? Today I will destroy you and cleanse the family. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged. In an instant, an overwhelmingly domineering aura suddenly erupted from his body. Peak of the 9th level of the spirit origin realm. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and calmly watched Li Chengfeng walk towards him. Li Chengfeng appeared calm. But inside, he was already seething with rage. It's outrageous that a good-for-nothing would dare to claim he's being cuckolded. In fact, whether Li Cheng is his biological son or not has been verified, proving that Li Cheng is indeed his son. Thinking of this, he spoke coldly. Li Yang, we can talk about your insults later. Now hand over the engagement, kneel down and apologize, and this elder can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, what will you do? Just then, a majestic, cold voice rang out from outside the hall. Everyone was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. A middle-aged man wearing a blue brocade robe and carrying a large knife on his back walked into the lobby. Li Yun, peak of the late stage of the innate realm. Status, Supreme Elder of the Li family. System notification, Li Yun has become curious about the host. System special notice, Li Yun has been trapped in this realm for 30 years. The system has determined that there is a flaw in his cultivation technique. If the host can repair it and help him break through the innate bottleneck, he will gain a great backer. In the instant he turned around, Li Yang had already scanned the burly man with the knife on his back. As soon as the system notification sounded, a brilliant light shone in Li Yang's eyes. Haha, when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. Li Chengfeng, I have to say, you're in trouble. As the burly man with the sword on his back arrived, everyone in the hall stood up. After a moment of stunned silence, they all bowed respectfully, their hearts pounding with apprehension. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Reporting to the Supreme Elder, Li Yang has insulted my nephew's son at will, which is an unforgivable crime. I beg the Supreme Elder to allow my nephew to kill him in public. Chapter 13. His thinking was simple: if you die, the engagement will automatically be null and void. He has the final say on everything. Oh, so you're going to kill a direct descendant of the Li family just because your son was insulted in public? Li Chengfeng, don't you think you've overstepped your bounds? Or do you think that just because you're an elder, you can kill innocent people at will? Li Yun asked expressionlessly, inwardly shaking his head with a sneer. Li Yun, you're getting more and more confused as you get older. Can a junior member of the family really help you? Don't give me that crap. Li Yun was sitting in his residence, deep in thought, planning to improve his cultivation technique in hopes of breaking through his cultivation level as soon as possible. In that case, he could gain the upper hand in Qilong City and even stand on equal footing with the three major sects. But can changing the cultivation method really be done? I'm just fooling myself. Just as he was worrying, Li Rongguan, who rushed over, told him that the Li family had produced a genius. Having nothing else to do, he arrived with a sense of surprise. As Li Yun spoke, he kept glancing at Li Yang. This child is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed deep in Li Chengfeng's eyes. Feeling unwilling to give up, he spoke again. But he injured the young master of the Lei family in public, which has damaged the harmony between the two families. As the Grand Elder, can't I punish him? Although the other party was a Supreme Elder, for the sake of Li Chengfeng's future, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Are you questioning me? Li Yun's icy words instantly lowered the temperature in the hall. His cultivation at the late stage of the innate realm suddenly emerged. It swept towards Li Chengfeng with overwhelming force. In an instant, Li Chengfeng felt as if he were a small boat in a raging storm. The slightest mishap could result in the ship being destroyed and everyone on board perishing. He couldn't help but tremble. Even with beads of sweat the size of soybeans seeping from his forehead, he dared not wipe them away. The power of a Xiantian realm expert is terrifying. However, he gritted his teeth and did not back down. He's gambling. He was betting that the other side wouldn't dare to do anything to him out of respect for the Piaoyun sect. Actually, he made the right bet. Li Yun had reservations. He is now the only remaining expert at the innate realm in the Li family. The Piaoyun sect has beings who surpass the innate realm. If they are provoked, the Li family will be finished. Unless he breaks through his innate limitations, he will not take such a risk. He swallowed hard and spoke in a trembling voice. I wouldn't dare, but it is true that Li Yang damaged the relationship between the Li and Lei families, and he must be severely punished. Upon hearing this, Li Yun glanced at Li Yang and slowly withdrew the aura he had released. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while secretly feeling smug. Supreme Elder? Isn't it still the same dilemma of being hesitant to act for fear of harming the innocent? The Li family has to act according to my wishes. Haha, ruining relationships? Lei Ming tried to kill me in the main hall of the Li family, and this is what you call building good relationships? The relationship you're talking about between the two families is based on my death, isn't it? Bah, you can forget about it. Li Yang suddenly burst into laughter and said sarcastically. As the eldest elder of the Li family, he has to elevate a BD child who has no connection with the Li family to an important position. I don't know what you were thinking. Do you really have to use ABD to pull strings? The hall fell silent as soon as Li Yang said this. What audacity! If this gets out, wouldn't the Grand Elder lose all face? Li Chengfeng naturally knew this as well, and his face immediately turned red with anger. BD, are you still going to make false accusations? You little brat, I'm going to kill you today no matter what. Li Chengfeng was furious. He never expected that Li Yang would dare to publicly humiliate him. What gives him the right? Aren't you afraid of dying? As he spoke, he swung his palm and slammed it towards Li Yang. Chapter 14. The aura of a 9th level Spirit Origin Realm Cultivator erupted instantly, locking onto Li Yang immediately. Boy, at this close range, even a god can't save you. Die! Li Qinfeng's face was contorted with rage, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Yang. Rumble! The layered mountain palm technique conjured layers of palm shadows in the air, instantly engulfing Li Yang. Seeing this, everyone thought that Li Yang was finished. Why are you, a powerless nobody, trying to be a hero? Li Qingfeng is not actually that scary. What's terrifying is his son, the true disciple of the leader of the Piaoyun sect. No matter how powerful you are, can you defeat the Piaoyun sect? You arrogant brat! Several elders of the Li family scoffed at this. Li Yun's hand trembled, and he was about to make a move. But when he saw Li Yang's extremely calm eyes, he was so shocked that he stopped himself from drawing his sword. Could this kid really have another trick up his sleeve? In an instant, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Interesting. I never thought Li Qingfeng would get so frustrated. But it's still not enough. Li Yuelun kept her eyes fixed on Li Yang, afraid of missing a single detail. While you are amazing, you are too impulsive. Lei Luoxia couldn't bear to see Li Yang's blood splattered on the spot, so she closed her eyes in pity. Holy crap, what did I just see? Just then, Lei Ming, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Lei Luoxia hurriedly opened her eyes. The next second, she witnessed the most shocking thing of her life. System, scan for the layered peaks palm technique. Although he had scanned it before, that was under the condition that the other party had not made any moves. Now that the palm technique was in front of him, he decided to see if anything had changed. Ding! The system is scanning the target. Ding! Scan complete. Layered mountain palm technique, high-grade profound level. Strength 200, layering degree 125, damage to enemy, 58. The weakness can be overcome by striking the right earlobe from a height of 3 feet above the ground on the right front. Just as I expected. Li Yang immediately broke into a bright smile. The next second, he suddenly disappeared. His right palm was extended directly out. Looking at Li Yang, who was still grinning foolishly so close to him, Li Qingfeng felt extremely smug. As long as Li Yang is killed with a thunderous strike, what can Li Yun do even if he blames him afterwards? He simply didn't believe that Li Yun would bother him for the sake of a good-for-nothing. Haha, kid, go keep your deadbeat dad company. Hey, where did everyone go? No, he. Ah. Li Yang emerged from the myriad of palm strikes, his face pale. Using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. He shouted loudly. He slapped Li Qingfeng hard across the back of his right ear. Thump! Li Qingfeng felt a tremendous force coming at him. Immediately afterwards, a heart-wrenching pain shot through my right ear. At the same time, the myriad palm shadows created by the layered mountain palm technique vanished instantly. He simply collapsed to the ground. Because he landed face first, his front teeth made direct, intimate contact with the hard ground. Holy crap, that hurts! Li Qingfeng screamed in agony, leaving several bloody teeth on the ground. Hiss! In an instant, a collective gasp filled the air. Everyone stared in shock at Li Yang, who stood there calmly and composed. This is impossible. How could a chi refining cultivator like you possibly take down the Grand Elder? How did he do that? Can anyone tell me what just happened? Elder, what are you doing lying on the ground? The elders of the Li family immediately exclaimed in surprise. Can you stop talking nonsense? Li Yuelun cried out in surprise. My head was buzzing, and I was completely stunned. Chapter 15. A Chi Refining Realm Cultivator can knock down a Spirit Origin Realm Cultivator with a single slap? How is that possible? Li Yun's eyes widened immediately. His lips trembled, and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out. His breathing became rapid. Lei Luoxia covered her red lips with her jade hand, and her large eyes behind the white veil became even more dazzling. Large beads of sweat instantly appeared on Lei Ming's forehead. That's FG terrifying. This guy can even knock down a spirit origin expert with a single slap. What the hell am I? In that instant, he felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't kill him. Elder, what's wrong? You don't dare admit that Li Cheng is ABD. Li Yang's words caused the room to fall silent once again. Although he knocked Li Chengfeng down with a slap. But Li Yang knew best that he had only taken a shortcut. Once Li Chengfeng recovers, if he hits him again, he won't have a chance to fight back. The best course of action now is to ruin his and Li Cheng's reputations, find a powerful backer, and then I will have some room to maneuver. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and said to Li Yun. Reporting to the Supreme Elder, I suspect that Li Cheng is not the son of the Grand Elder, so I humbly request the Supreme Elder to uphold justice and verify the truth here in person. To seek justice for the Li family, I truly do not wish for outsiders to usurp power in the Li family. This is a matter of great importance. Li Yang spoke earnestly and with an air of righteous indignation. Everyone's lips twitched. A chill ran down my spine. This kid is really going to offend the Grand Elder to death. Because if this matter were to actually proceed, regardless of the outcome, the Grand Elder would become a laughingstock throughout Keelong City. Are you FG an idiot? Who is the Grand Elder? Is his wife having an affair? Isn't that like lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot? Knowing it was fake, why did Li Yang still go for it? Did he get his head stuck in a door? Everyone looked at Li Yang with disdain. At the same time, she unconsciously took a few steps back, clearly distinguishing herself from Li Yang. Because Li Yang is definitely doomed. I admit it, damn it. You little brat, you've gone too far. You have humiliated this elder time and time again, I'll FG kill you. Li Chengfeng was immediately enraged. He scrambled to his feet and roared as he prepared to kill Li Yang. Despite the elder's renewed outburst, Li Yang remained smiling, showing no fear whatsoever. Because he knew someone would take the hit for him. If he doesn't take action, then he truly doesn't deserve to be the head of this household. Just as Li Chengfeng's fist was about to strike Li Yang. Unexpectedly, a white hand suddenly reached out from the side and blocked Li Chengfeng's fist perfectly. At the same time, a gentle voice rang out. Elder, I think it's not advisable to take drastic measures before we understand the situation. Li Yuelun, like a peacemaker, chuckled and deflected Li Chengfeng's fist. At the same time, a burst of cultivation power belonging to the great perfection of the spirit origin realm erupted, instantly filling the entire hall. Li Chengfeng was already furious. His only thought now is to kill Li Yang to avenge the insult. Unexpectedly, his sure kill move was blocked. Li Yuelun, how dare you? What? You actually broke through. Upon seeing that it was Li Yuelun who had blocked his way, Li Chengfeng was immediately enraged and was about to reprimand her. But Li Yuelun's sudden burst of momentum blocked it out. At this moment, everyone stared in shock at the imposing Li Yuelun, speechless for a long time. So the head of the family isn't an ordinary person after all. I knew it. How could Li Yuelun be so incompetent to have risen to the position of family head? In an instant, all the elders of the Li family looked at Li Yuelun differently. Hee, elder, I think we should get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, people might think you killed someone to cover it up. Nephew Li Yang, don't you agree? Chapter 16. Li Yuelun's final words were directed at Li Yang. It's the patriarch. You've finally decided to reveal your cultivation level. You've endured so much hardship over the years. Li Yang's words immediately stunned Li Yuelun. You actually know my true cultivation level. Li Yuelun exclaimed in surprise. Even the Supreme Elder was unaware that he had broken through his cultivation level. He was confident that no one else in the entire Li family, or even the entire Qilong city, knew about this. However, it now seems that this is not the case at all. Did I make the right bet? Instead of scolding Li Yang, Li Yuelun showed an expectant look on her face. The others were also taken aback by Li Yang's words. The patriarch actually concealed his cultivation level. How is this possible? The key question is, how did Li Yang know that? The Li family's situation is getting increasingly complicated. A series of questions lingered in everyone's minds, and no one dared to underestimate Li Yang anymore. Even Li Yuelun came under their scrutiny. Li Yang, how confident are you in verifying Li Cheng's identity? It's not too late to regret it now, and I will keep this matter quiet. After a while, Li Yun suddenly spoke up and asked. Although he was surprised that Li Yuelun had reached the great perfection of the spirit origin realm, he didn't take it to heart. I was quite surprised that Li Yang made such a request. They had absolutely no idea what the young man was up to. Li Yang, as the eldest elder of the Li family, although I care about my reputation, I can let bygones be bygones because of your youth and ignorance. On the condition that you hand over the engagement immediately and then kneel down and apologize to me. At this moment, Li Chengfeng, having calmed down, gave Li Yuelun a deep look and spoke in a deep voice. These words immediately drew a chorus of praise. He truly is the Grand Elder, his demeanor is simply extraordinary. It is truly a great fortune for our Li family to have such a great elder. Li Yang, you'd better kneel down right now. You've gone a bit too far, no matter what. Li Yunjian frowned. This contradicts his ideas. Seeing Li Qinfeng's confused and innocent expression made him even more worried about Li Yang. Faced with the seemingly persuasive but actually veiled threats from the crowd, and Li Qinfeng's insincere advice, he merely smiled slightly. Then he spoke. Please grant my sincere wish to care for the Li family, elder. Seeing that Li Yang did not stop and continued to persist in his own methods, the crowd immediately erupted in curses and jeers. Li Yun, who had initially had some goodwill towards Li Yang, suddenly turned pale. Then he showed a look of extreme disappointment. Li Yuelun let out a cold snort. This matter has been verified, proving that Li Cheng and Li Chengfeng are father and son. I don't know why your deadbeat father told you this. Li Yuelun's face looked very pale. The reason he revealed his cultivation level was that he was betting on Li Yang's future, hoping it would become a bargaining chip for him to secure his position as the head of the family. But now it seems that this idiot has no future. What a FG ripoff! Are you sure you want to get tested? Li Qinfeng's voice was icy cold. It trembled slightly, as if he was suppressing his anger. No wonder, anyone would be in a bad mood if they were suspected of being cheated on. Li Yang, just wait for your family's punishment. Lei Ming sat in his chair and shouted gleefully. Although Lei Luoxia did not say anything, her eyes behind the veil remained fixed on Li Yang, as if she wanted to see through Li Yang's true colors through her own judgment. She was also the only person in the hall who wanted Li Yang to do this, and who succeeded. Although the chances were practically zero, she was still really looking forward to it. Li Yang, don't ruin your own life. Li Yun reminded him, his anger barely concealed. We humbly request that the Venerable Elder Zhang personally preside over the ceremony. Li Yang remained unmoved. Chapter 17. Humph, stubborn as a mule. Someone, bring Li Cheng here. The Supreme Elder quickly took the seat of the family head and sat down without any politeness, shouting angrily. Oh, an elder Li Qinfeng's wife and his sworn brother. Li Yang interjected. This immediately caused everyone to look puzzled. What is this kid doing? He's incredibly stupid. Elder, do you really want to embarrass this junior? Li Chengfeng said sadly. Humph, in order to make someone give up, the the Supreme Lord, have no choice but to act as a fair person again. Cheng Feng, you'll have to bear with it for now. If Li Yang dares to spread rumors, I will give you an explanation. Li Yun said in a cold voice. Then, I dare to say that if this matter is pure nonsense, I will take his life to quell my anger. Li Chengfeng said with righteous indignation. He then turned to look at Li Yang, his gloomy gaze filled with provocation. Although Li Yun did not answer, he also focused his gaze on Li Yang. Not only them, but everyone else in the hall also turned their attention to Li Yang at the same time. The gazes varied, including doubt, disdain, sarcasm, and spectatorship. But one thing is the same. Li Yang is doomed. If I have wronged Li Cheng, I am willing to die. Li Yang said with a smile. If this is true, what will the Grand Elder do? Upon seeing this, Li Chengfeng scoffed and said readily. I am willing to relinquish my position as Grand Elder and dedicate my life to guarding the ancestral graves. Li Yang, Li Yang. UFG asked for this. If I don't kill you this time, I'm not surnamed Li. Someone, go and summon Li Cheng, Li Chenfeng's wife, and Li Chenfeng's sworn brother. Li Yun immediately gave the order. As you command. A respectful voice answered from outside. A short while later, a graceful and elegant noblewoman, still possessing a captivating charm, entered the council hall, accompanied by a burly man and Li Cheng. Brother Zhang, why did Li Chengfeng suddenly call us to the council hall? Have they become suspicious of us? The noblewoman walked along, her voice trembling with worry as she secretly transmitted her thoughts. Xiao Lian, don't be afraid. There must be something important to announce. We've been in the Li family for over 10 years without any trouble, so this is obviously not aimed at us. Don't panic. The burly man remained calm. Although he had some doubts, he didn't dwell on them. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman felt slightly relieved. Only Li Cheng, who was standing next to him, looked completely unconcerned, as if nothing had happened. As they entered the council hall, Li Yang immediately activated the one-click scan. Ding! Scanning for target. Ding! Scan complete. Yu Xiaolian, a relative of the Zhang family during the Tiankai dynasty, she was sent by the Zhang family to infiltrate the Li family for over a decade. Her mission was of great importance. Weakness: she had an affair with Zhang Xiang and fathered Li Cheng. Zhang Xiang, a direct descendant of the Zhang family, infiltrating the Li family with impure motives. Suspected of plotting to overthrow the Li family. Weakness: overindulgence of Li Cheng. Li Cheng, an illegitimate child, not the son of Li Chengfeng. Weaknesses: cowardly and dissolute, unlikely to achieve great things. System notification: the jade pendant hanging from Li Cheng's waist is an ancient treasure. System detection indicates that this treasure can block all detection. System notification: this jade pendant is an ancient treasure and can be repaired. The rewards after repair are currently unknown. Upon seeing this, Li Yang was not disappointed at all, on the contrary, his eyes shone brightly. Unknown? This doesn't mean it's worthless, on the contrary, it's even more precious. Imagine, if even the system can't detect it, you can imagine how precious this treasure must be. In an instant, Li Yang decided that he had to get it. Haha, just as I expected, there really is a conspiracy. Tisk tisk, the Zhang family of the capital, what a grand scheme they've got. With that thought in mind, he walked happily toward Li Cheng. Chapter 18. Yu Xiaolian, Zhang Xiang, and Li Cheng pay their respects to the Supreme Elder. The three of them bowed respectfully to Li Yunshen. Then, quite naturally, they turned their gaze to Li Chengfeng. Upon seeing his closest person enter the hall, Li Chengfeng was about to speak. But Li Yun beat him to it. Someone, bring me a bowl full of water. As soon as Li Yun said this, a servant went to fetch the bowl. The familiar scene immediately made Li Qinfeng's wife and Zhang Xiang's hearts skip a beat. They exchanged a subtle glance but remained silent. Only Li Cheng was staring unabashedly at Lei Luoxiu beside him. "Little beauty, I believe that soon you will belong to me, Li Cheng." Li Cheng's peach blossom eyes revealed an undisguised lewdness. Lei Luoxiu's jade-like face, hidden behind her veil, instantly turned icy cold. Her eyes revealed a look of disgust. Lei Ming frowned, opened his mouth, and finally sighed inwardly without saying a word. Seeing this, Li Cheng became even bolder and couldn't help but reach out his hand. They wanted to unveil Lei Luoxiu's secret. "Young master, I can't wait any longer. Let's have a go first." Li Yang was just worried about not having a reason to approach Li Cheng. Upon seeing Li Cheng leering at Lei Luoxiu and even trying to touch her inappropriately, her eyes lit up. He immediately ran up to Li Cheng and slapped him across the face. He roared arrogantly at the same time. "Hey kid, what are you looking at? That's my fiancé, okay?" While shouting, he grabbed Li Cheng and pushed him to the ground. He then stood in front of Lei Luoxiu and roared angrily. "Li Cheng, you've gone too far. I won't let you lay a finger on Luo Shuet." He spoke with such righteous indignation that the room fell silent. "Holy shit! You BD Li Yang, have you got some nerve, daring to push me? I'm FG." Once he realized what was happening, Li Cheng was furious. He jumped up and was about to fight Li Yang when a dignified voice stopped him. "How dare you? I, the Supreme Lord, am here. Do you still dare to act so presumptuously? All of you, stop! Li Cheng, come here and drip a drop of blood into the bowl." As Li Yun called out to Li Cheng, he coldly gave the order. "Kid, I'll deal with you later." Seeing that it was the Supreme Elder's order, Li Cheng had no choice but to suppress his anger. He went to the table, bit his finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto it. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Li Chengfeng. No one took the earlier conflict to heart, assuming it was just children bickering over a girl. Only Lei Luoxiu's jade-like face behind her veil revealed an expression of disbelief. From her perspective, it was clear that when Li Yang pushed Li Cheng, he obviously took the jade pendant from the other man's waist. Why? Is he very poor? Or perhaps, this jade pendant is special? For a moment, Lei Luoxiu looked at Li Yang standing in front of her and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. After Li Chengfeng finished dripping blood, he glanced at the smug Li Yang and snorted coldly. "Li Yang, you're dead today." Plop, a drop of Li Chengfeng's blood also dripped into the bowl. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiaolian inexplicably showed a look of nervousness. Subtly, Zhang Xiang touched her lightly, as if to tell her something. "Don't worry, with the jade pendant here, we were fine 10 years ago, and we're fine now too." Not only them, but everyone in the hall focused their attention on Elder Li Yun, who was making the decision on this matter. He glanced at the smiling Li Yang, then at the perpetually bewildered Li Cheng, and then at the smug-looking Li Chengfeng. He sighed inwardly. "Li Yang, you're finished." Li Yun finally focused his gaze on the large bowl on the table. In an instant, his eyes widened suddenly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Chapter 19. Then, he suddenly looked up. A pair of eyes were fixed on Li Yang, and with a flicker of light, it seemed as if he wanted to see right through Li Yang. "This is incredible. How did this boy do it?" Li Yun's unusual behavior was misunderstood by everyone. "Haha, even the Supreme Elder is showing anger. Is Li Yang finished? You're such a troublemaker. Now look what you've done, you've really messed up. Young Master Li Cheng, how could he not be the Grand Elder's son? Let's see how you explain this now. Damn it, I was exposed prematurely because of you. Damn it." Li Yuelun shook her head and sighed, her heart filled with resentment. "Li Yang, what else do you have to say? Prepare to die." Li Chengfeng was filled with smugness. He was about to walk over and take Li Yang's life. Hee, elder, you should take a look at the result in the bowl. Li Yang said with a smile. His voice was full of confidence. Li Chengfeng, you'd better take a look at the answer, otherwise someone will die with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Li Yun spoke first. Humph, Li Yang, I'll make you die willingly. Holy crap, this can't be happening. How could this be? Supreme Elder, could you have made a mistake? When Li Chengfeng's eyes fell on the bowl on the table, he was immediately stunned. The 2 drops of blood were completely incompatible at this moment, separated by a clear line. What does this tell us? This shows that Li Cheng has absolutely no connection with him. His eyes immediately fell on Yu Xiaolian. Humph, are you questioning my judgment? Based on the 2 drops of blood in the bowl, I hereby declare that Li Cheng is not the son of Li Chengfeng. Quiet. A deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were agape, their eyes wide open, staring blankly at Li Chengfeng. The crowd that had just been mocking Li Yang were now blushing and feeling utterly bewildered. My God, Li Cheng really isn't the Grand Elder's son. Could there be a mistake? Nonsense, how could there be a mistake when the Supreme Elder is personally supervising? Holy crap, this is unbelievable. He didn't even know he was being cheated on. Is he even a real Li Chengfeng? Li Yuelun, who nearly fell over, looked at Li Yun in horror. He couldn't understand why the current outcome was different from that of 10 years ago. Husband, what are you saying? Are you crazy? How could Xiao Cheng not be your son? Yu Xiaolian snapped out of her shock and immediately began to defend herself. Yes, brother, don't let anyone take advantage of you. Xiao Cheng is your own flesh and blood. Zhang Xiang said anxiously, while subtly glancing at Li Cheng. Upon seeing that the jade pendant at his waist had vanished, fine beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Dad, stop talking nonsense. How could I not be your son? Li Chengfeng was slightly taken aback when he saw the 3 people's explanations. He hesitated. Elder, this matter is too absurd. I request a retest. After swallowing hard, Li Chengfeng spoke. Yes, it must be re-verified. Zhang Xiang continued, then turned to Li Cheng and said. Xiao Cheng, go back and take a shower, make sure you're clean, then change your clothes, and remember to bring your accessories. You need to be ready for the test with a completely new look. Li Yun did not stop him from doing so. To be honest, he also found it unbelievable. The test results were different 10 years ago. Could something have gone wrong? Although Li Cheng was confused, he still obeyed the order and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a voice shattered Zhang Xiang's plan. All right, Zhang Xiang, there's no need to waste your time. His jade pendant is with me. Without it, you can check 100 times, 10,000 times, and he is still your child. After Li Yang said this, the room fell silent again. Chapter 20. All right, Zhang Xiang, don't waste your time. His jade pendant is with me. Without it, you can check 100 times, 10,000 times and he's still yours. After Li Yang said this, the room fell silent again. Everyone stared in shock at Li Yang, who was admiring the jade pendant alone, speechless with astonishment. You little brat, you're asking for it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiang roared. The hall was filled with the movement of people. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Li Yang. With a ferocious expression, he reached out to grab Li Yang's head. The change happened so suddenly that gasps of surprise rippled through the room. Seeing this, Li Yang not only did not show any panic, but instead looked at the furious Zhang Xiang with a mocking expression. Humph, you dare to act presumptuously in front of me, the Supreme One? You're simply courting death. A cold voice was accompanied by a burst of white light. Ah! The hand that had just reached Li Yang's neck suddenly disappeared. With a scream, Zhang Xiang's hand was severed at the wrist. A spurt of blood gushed out, but Li Yang reacted quickly and dodged it immediately. The gushing blood sprayed directly onto one of the bewildered elders of the Li family behind him. "Ah! Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Don't leave me behind!" Yu Xiaolian screamed and threw herself onto Zhang Xiang, who was lying on the ground screaming in pain. The scene was so startling that you could hear a pin drop. "It seems we don't need to test anymore, right?" However, the Grand Elder seems somewhat incredulous. Li Yun held the jade pendant and spoke while holding it upside down with both hands. "Someone, go and fetch 2 bowls. Remember to fill them both with water. To ensure fairness, which elder is willing to supervise?" Li Yang said loudly. "I'll go get it myself." Li Yuelun concealed the shock in her eyes, while a hint of excitement remained on her face. He volunteered to go outside. "Haha, the time to shine has finally come. Brother, you've raised a fine son." Seeing this, Li Yang smiled slightly and remained silent. Li Chengfeng showed no interest in what was happening here. Yu Xiaolian's actions speak volumes. At this moment, he looked at Yu Xiaolian, who was crying her eyes out while holding Zhang Xiang, with a gloomy expression. "My heart feels like it's being stabbed." Just like Li Yang said. Li Cheng is the son of Yu Xiaolian and Zhang Xiang. He has absolutely no connection to Li Chengfeng. "Elder, this isn't the green grassland, this is a primeval forest." Although Lei Luoxia was wearing a veil, if you looked closely, you could still see a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her cold face. Lei Ming was already so shocked that his mouth was agape, his mind was buzzing, and his head was completely blank. Li Cheng is actually ABD. My family, one of the 5 great families of Qilong City, actually made such a big fuss over ABD. After today, Li Chengfeng will undoubtedly become a laughingstock of the entire Tiankai dynasty, forever unable to hold his head high. Then the Lei family, as accomplices, will not escape punishment either. They will also be laughed at. How embarrassing! At this moment, he even felt a trace of resentment towards his father, Lei Xiao, the current head of the Lei family. Soon, Li Yuelun personally brought out 2 large bowls filled with water. Half an hour later, the results came out. Upon seeing the result, Li Chengfeng collapsed to the ground with a thud. His gaze was vacant, and his expression was dazed. Only now do I have to admit that I wasted more than a decade of my life and almost ended up benefiting someone else. After glancing at the large bowl containing the fusion of bloodlines, Li Yun turned his cold gaze to Zhang Xiang. "Tell me, why do you do this?" Seeing this, both Zhang Xiang and Yu Xiaolian fell silent, seemingly having already disregarded life and death. "Ha, did you think we wouldn't know who you are if you didn't tell us?" Li Yang spoke first. It immediately caught everyone's attention. Chapter 21. Li Yun immediately focused his attention on Li Yang. Li Yuelun's eyes were filled with anticipation. Although Li Chengfeng had a look of utter despair, he was still very curious about what Zhang Xiang and Yu Xiaolian were after. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention as soon as he opened his mouth, Li Yang smiled slightly and recounted a past event. 17 years ago, Zhang Xiang unexpectedly encountered the Grand Elder and saved him. The grateful Grand Elder immediately became sworn brothers with him. As for Yu Xiaolian, the Grand Elder must have fallen in love with her at first sight, right? Or perhaps it stemmed from a heroic rescue. But none of that matters. What matters is that she successfully got you to marry her. And so, Zhang Xiang and Yu Xiaolian, 2 people you thought were unrelated, came to your side one after the other. A year later, you had a child, this guy, Li Cheng. At the time, you weren't overjoyed because you had a congenital condition that prevented you from having children. Therefore, in the presence of my father, the head of the family, and the Supreme Elder, you underwent a blood test to determine kinship. As expected, it will prove that Li Cheng is your biological son. Only then will you be certain that your hidden illness is cured. Li Yang paused here, glanced at Li Chengfeng, Li Yuelun, and Li Yun, who looked puzzled, and continued. Actually, you've all been deceived. And it's what deceived you. Li Yang raised the jade pendant in his hand, then looked at Zhang Xiang with a playful expression and said. Am I right? Zhang Xiang, a direct descendant of the Zhang family of the capital. Wow! Li Yang's words immediately caused an uproar in the hall. How is that possible? Zhang Xiang is a direct descendant of the Zhang family. Young Master Li Yang, can you please stop talking nonsense? The Zhang family is a powerful family in the capital. How could they possibly be interested in a small family like ours? Could there be a mistake? The elders of the Li family, including Li Yuelun, Lei Ming, and Lei Luoxiu, all looked at Li Yang with great confusion. Li Chengfeng looked even more bewildered. Only Li Yun's eyes showed surprise. He seemed to have thought of something, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Li Yang, are you guessing or is it true? Although Li Yang was talking to himself, his eyes were observing everyone present. In particular, Li Yuelun, Li Chengfeng, and Li Yun, the three true leaders of the Li family. Upon seeing Li Yun's expression, a thought struck him. System, scan Li Yun. Why did the Zhang family of the capital do this? Actually, he didn't know either. To overthrow the Li family? Absolutely impossible. It's like the difference between a landlord's family and a tenant's family. How could a landlord possibly want a tenant farmer's house? Unless, of course, the tenant has an enticing treasure. In other words, the Li family has something that they are so eager to possess that they absolutely must have it. Ding! Scanning the target. Ding! Scan complete. Li Yun, the Supreme Elder of the Li family. The secret, 7 blank pages, a great secret of the entire Tiankai dynasty, are shared by 7 major families. System notification, this page can be repaired, details unknown. Just as I expected. These families all have secrets. The truth cannot be hidden, and falsehood cannot be made true. This is the fact, and people have no choice but to believe it. Li Yang said loudly. You little brat, who are you? How do you know so much? We've been operating so discreetly, there's no way our information could have been leaked. At this moment, Zhang Xiang suddenly roared. He confessed without being asked. The hall was quiet. System, scan Zhang Xiang. Li Yang stared sharply at Zhang Xiang. Just now, a thought suddenly struck him. Could this guy be the murderer of his parents? How coincidental! Otherwise, how could his father know so much? Chapter 22. His knowledge of Zhang Xiang wasn't solely derived from the system's scan. And there was also his father's last words. Yang remember this, there's something fishy going on with the people around Li Chengfeng. There are only these 2 people around Li Chengfeng. Ding! The system is scanning the target. Ding! Scan complete. Zhang Xiang, a direct descendant of the Zhang family of the capital. Secret, the host's father's killer. Li Yuelun's revenge for killing his son. It really was him. Everyone turned their attention to Li Yang. They all wanted to know the answer. Hehe, would you believe me if I said I was just guessing? Puff. An elder who was drinking tea suddenly spat it out. That brat is cunning. Humph, it's not that simple. Do you think you can overthrow the Li family by killing my father, the son of the family head? Perhaps my fate was also on your advice. These words caused an uproar at the scene once again. My God, this guy actually killed Li Yang's father. Didn't the patriarch's son die in the beast forest? Damn, I remember now, the eldest son of the family head went to the beast forest with him. Of the dozen or so people who went, only he came back. It was him, it must have been him. What a cruel heart! Faced with the discussions and accusations from the crowd, Zhang Xiang was taken aback. But he immediately burst into laughter. Haha, so what if you find out? What can you do to me? Do you dare to kill me? The Zhang family is someone you can't afford to offend. I advise you to release me immediately, otherwise, you son of ABCH. You were expelled from the Zhang family a long time ago, you're no longer a member of the Zhang family. That's so that if anything happens, the Zhang family can stay out of it. You people are called the direct descendants of the Zhang family to put it nicely, but in reality, you're just suicide soldiers and expendable pawns. If things succeed, great, if they fail, what does it have to do with the Zhang family? Li Yang scoffed at this. But this terrified Zhang Xiang. Who exactly are you? Impossible. How do you even know this? Zhang Xiang immediately lost his composure. He cried out in terror. Ah, you two, you've deceived me so badly. Boom. Just then, Li Chengfeng, who had been silent, suddenly roared. He slapped Yu Xiaolian right on the head, who was standing right next to him. Immediately afterwards, he kicked the bewildered Li Cheng, causing his brains to splatter and killing him instantly. The change happened suddenly and unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, he killed Li Cheng and Yu Xiaolian. Poor Li Cheng died without ever understanding what had happened to the Li family. Why was he killed? Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiang's eyes widened in fury. Oh, my son! Li Chengfeng, you piece of trash, I'm going to kill you! Boom! Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he was shattered by Li Yun's palm strike. Thump! Li Chengfeng knelt straight down on the ground. Elder, I was foolish and almost brought the Li family to utter ruin. Li Yun glanced at Li Chengfeng kneeling on the ground and said coldly. It wasn't me who saved you, you should be thanking Li Yang. It's laughable that you even wanted to kill him. You, as the Grand Elder, have truly failed miserably. Li Yun said with a sense of disappointment. Bang, bang, bang. Li Chengfeng didn't hesitate and immediately kowtowed 3 times to Li Yang. Nephew Li Yang, thank you for your reminder. Your uncle has no way to repay you. After kowtowing, Li Chengfeng did not stand up, but instead took out a secret letter from his pocket. This is a token from my adopted son. When the time comes, you only need to take it to easily join the Piaoyun sect. Consider it my thank you gift. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. System, scan the encrypted message. Scan Li Chengfeng. He didn't believe that Li Chengfeng harbored no resentment towards him. Even if this isn't a trap, he should still be wary. Ding! Scanning for target. Ding! Scan complete. Chapter 23. Secret message, my son knows this. Whoever possesses this secret message shall be killed. Li Chengfeng, he already knows the secrets of the 7 major families, including the Li family, and plans to use these secrets to join the royal Yuan family. They were definitely up to no good. That's quite a scheme. Yes, Elder, you are very kind. However, I dare not take this secret letter. Otherwise, I will surely be killed. You should save your breath. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Li Chengfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately revealed a fierce expression. You little brat! While shocked, Li Chengfeng did not hesitate and decided to strike first and eliminate Li Yang. However, I knew you were unreliable. As soon as Li Yuelun uttered his icy voice, a palm struck Li Yuelun on the back. Boom! Li Chengfeng was blasted away by the immense force, crashing into and shattering a set of tables and chairs. With a thud, the unseeing corpse fell to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Li Yun's swift action plunged the scene into silence. After glancing around at everyone in the hall, Li Yun finally focused his gaze on Lei Ming and Lei Luoxiu. Young friends, do you still want to maintain the engagement? If not, I can decide to cancel it. Upon hearing this, Li Yang remained silent. Lei Ming paused for a moment, then said weakly. This is a major life event for my sister, so we need to go back and ask father. Okay, you can go back now. Also, tell Lei Xiao that Lei Ruoshan should come to the Li family. Li Yun gave instructions. Yes, I will certainly pass on the message. Lei Ming was about to leave the Li family with Lei Luoxiu when he said that. Wait a minute. Just then, Li Yang spoke up. Lei Luoxiu's delicate body trembled. Was he calling me? Why did he call me? Is he upset that I changed the engagement? But what can I do? For a moment, Lei Luoxiu's heart pounded like a deer's, and she became uneasy. However, one sentence from Li Yang stunned her. Do you believe me? Do you believe me? The loud sound echoed in the large hall, immediately causing everyone to look puzzled. He then looked at Lei Luoxiu to see how she would respond. Li Yang, you. Lei Ming felt he should speak, but before he could finish, Li Yang cut him off. If you want the other foot to become a meat pie too, then keep talking. I chickened out. One sentence was enough to make Lei Ming back down. I believe you. A beautiful voice rang out. There was a slight doubt, but mostly a pleasant surprise. System, scan Lei Luoxiu. Gradually, Li Yang seemed to have grasped the system's purpose. He can only scan accurately the people or things he touches or senses. That's why he prompted Lei Luoxiu to speak. Because he always felt that Lei Luoxiu was not as simple as she seemed. Ding! The system is scanning the target. Ding! Scan complete. Lei Luoxiu, moonlit holy body, Qi refining level 8. Technique flaw, because the Xian level superior technique, Kang Lang, is absolutely unsuitable for the moonflower sacred body, Lei Luoxiu's cultivation has stagnated. Her aura is weak, like that of a Qi refining stage 4 cultivator. System notification, the host can spend 10 repair points to repair it. The reward is a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. System special notice, Lei Luoxiu's cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra will cause strange phenomena that will attract a mysterious powerful figure, and Lei Luoxiu will obtain a great opportunity. Upon seeing this, Li Yang immediately broke into a bright smile. He was also somewhat excited. It's actually the moonlit holy body. This is the third-rank supreme physique among the 7 holy bodies on the Yushan continent. Tisk tisk, I never imagined that such a supreme body could be born from a small family like the Lei family. It's hard to say whether it was Lei Luoxiu's good fortune or the Lei family's good luck. Since that's the case, I'll lend her a hand. Thinking of this, he spoke again. Chapter 24. I can help you break free from your current constraints, but you must stay with the Li family today. Alright, you are still my husband in name only. If you say you'll stay, then I'll stay. Upon hearing this, Lei Luoxiu agreed without any hesitation. Upon seeing this, everyone showed expressions of shock. Lei Ming was about to speak up to stop him, but Li Yun stopped him. Go back and tell Lei Xiao and Lei Ruoshan to come here as soon as possible. Luo Shui is safe at the Li family's house. Don't worry. Seeing this, Lei Ming had no choice but to leave the hall with the help of the Li family's servants. System, spend 10 cultivation points to repair the Kang Lang technique. Li Yang secretly gave the order. Ding! The system has automatically deducted 10 cultivation points to repair the Kang Lang technique. Seeing this, Li Yang sat down happily in the chair that Li Chengfeng had once held. He glanced at the servants carrying away the bodies of Li Chengfeng and the other 2, then his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly spoke up. Master, shouldn't my old servant be released by now? Only now did he remember that he had an old servant who was being held captive in the Li family prison by Li Chengfeng. Yes, yes, I've been so busy I forgot. Li Yuelun slapped his forehead, immediately filled with regret. He quickly spoke up. Bring Li Chuan out of the jail. He used the word please instead of let go, which shows Li Yang's current status in the Li family. Ding! Completed D-level mission, first signs of talent. Mission details: in the main hall of the Li family, show your talent and trample the Grand Elder and others underfoot. Completing the mission will reward you with 10 cultivation points and 1 free repair opportunity. Ding! The host has successfully repaired the Kang Lang technique and obtained a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. It has been issued. Please check it yourself. As he listened to the system notification in his mind, he felt a weight in his arms, as if an extra object had been added. Seeing that the hall had been cleaned again, Li Yun glanced at Li Yang and spoke. We owe a great debt to Li Yang today, otherwise our Li family would have been overthrown. Yes, yes, it's all thanks to young Master Li Yang. I knew it. Young Master Li Yang is no ordinary person, he's bound to make a name for himself. If anyone seriously injures young Master Yang in the future, I will fight them to the death. Standing behind Li Yang, Lei Luoxiu saw the fawning faces of the Li family elders, curled her lip, and a look of disgust appeared on her face behind the veil. Li Yang seemed to sense something and casually waved his hand. He then took out a yellowed booklet from his pocket and began to speak. Snowfall, here's a gift for you. As he spoke, he placed the booklet in Lei Luoxiu's small hand. Oh my god, he actually gave me a gift. What could it be? Could it be a declaration of love? Ah! Lei Luoxiu, who was in a state of tension, glanced at the booklet unintentionally. She gasped in surprise. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. This is you. This is a gift for you. How is it? Lei Luoxiu's excitement surprised the Li family members present. However, out of consideration for Li Yun, Li Yang refrained from asking further questions. Only Li Yun's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, Li Yang gave him a bright smile and nodded almost imperceptibly. It seemed as if he was saying something. That's right, you guessed it, I really do have that ability. In an instant, Li Yun understood Li Yang's meaning. His breathing immediately became rapid. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the hall. Young master, is that you? Thump. An elderly man in tattered clothes was so excited when he saw Li Yang sitting in a chair that he knelt down on the ground. Uncle Chuan, get up quickly. Li Yang was also somewhat excited. The master and servant immediately embraced. Chapter 25. All right, Uncle Chuan, Li Chengfeng has been executed. From now on, no one in the Li family will dare to bully me anymore. Hurry up and go back to change your clothes. By the way, this is Lei Luoxiu. Take her back to my residence and arrange for her to stay in my cultivation room. No one is allowed to disturb her. Upon seeing this, Li Chuan readily agreed. This old servant greets the supreme elder and the master of the house. Li Yun was extremely enthusiastic about Li Quan's visit. Li Chuan, take good care of your injuries. No one will dare to bully Li Yang again in the future. Yes, old man, Li Yang is now a great contributor to the Li family. Li Yuelun also offered a light but firm compliment. Although somewhat bewildered, Li Chuan didn't ask any further questions. After thanking her, he spoke to Lei Luoxiu. Young mistress, please come with this old servant. Upon hearing Li Quan's address, Lei Luoxiu's jade-like face behind her veil blushed. They left as if fleeing in disarray. Meanwhile, at the Lei family mansion in Qilong City. What? Say that again. As soon as Lei Ming finished speaking, Lei Xiao, who was sitting in the hall, cried out in surprise. Yes, father, Li Yang's Danshan was not destroyed, but his cultivation level increased greatly, and he exposed Li Qinfeng's conspiracy. And Half an hour later, Lei Xiao hurriedly walked into the back mountain of the Lei family. After receiving permission, he went into a stone cave. A dozen minutes later, two figures hurriedly flew out of the Lei family's house. After dismissing the elders, Li Yun considered for a moment and then asked. Li Yang, there are no outsiders here. I'm asking you now, can you really fix the flaws in the cultivation technique? This is what Li Yun cares about most. Upon hearing this, Li Yuelun was immediately shocked. Could this be the real reason why the Supreme Elder intervened in today's events? Li Yang glanced at Li Yun and gave him a silent instruction. System scan for Li Yun's martial arts techniques. Ding! The system is scanning the target. Ding! Scan complete. Chaotic Heaven technique, mid-grade Earth level, passed down by an ancient powerhouse. Vulnerability, incomplete. System notification, the host can spend 100 cultivation points to repair the Chaotic Heaven technique and obtain a low-grade Heaven level cultivation technique. System special note, if Li Yun cultivates the Great Cloud Scripture, breaking through to the innate realm will be a piece of cake, and the host will gain a great backer. The Li family will instantly become the most powerful family in the Tiankai dynasty. Meanwhile, the host can view blank pages. The meaning is unknown. Upon seeing this, Li Yang was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled. However, he couldn't help but ask. System, 100 cultivation points is too much. Is there another way? System notification, the host has completed the task. Wasn't there one free repair opportunity? Upon hearing this, Li Yang's smile widened even more. The Supreme Elder will come to my residence tomorrow, and then we will know the outcome. Li Yang said mysteriously. This immediately surprised Li Yun, who then began to breathe rapidly. Opportunity? Could this be the opportunity that person once spoke of? Seeing the Supreme Elder's unusual behavior, Li Yuelun finally lost his composure. Li Yun, you old BD, you've crushed my grandson's foot. You have to give me an explanation today. Just then, two figures strode into the hall. The leader was dressed in a black brocade robe, with a square head and a large face, and was well over 2 meters tall. As soon as the three entered the hall, which was like an iron tower, they felt the light in front of them suddenly dim. The person behind him wasn't that tall, but he wasn't small either. At this moment, he was glaring angrily at everyone present. The way he looked at Li Yang, in particular, was incredibly cold. Ha! A pitiful person whose meridians are blocked and who won't live much longer dares to get so angry? What, do you want to die? The hall fell silent immediately upon hearing this. Chapter 26. As soon as the two entered the room, Li Yang began scanning them. Lei Ruotian, late stage of the innate realm. Weakness, also plagued by flaws in the cultivation technique, and nearing the end of his lifespan. System prompt, repairing its cultivation technique will grant you a high-grade Earth-level cultivation technique, the Lei Family Alliance, and a blank page of a book. Lei Xiao, great perfection of the spirit origin realm. Weakness, multiple meridians are blocked, making cultivation impossible, causing hidden injuries to flare up, and life is nearing its end. System notification, the low-grade Yuanling pill is of the highest quality and can cure its hidden ailment. Repairing its cultivation technique can cure it completely. Ding! Supreme level quest triggered. Collect all the blank pages. Quest details, the blank pages contain a tremendous secret. If the host can collect all the blank pages, it will be of great benefit to the host. The outcome is unknown. If the host successfully collects all the pages, the system will reward him with 1000 cultivation points, 1 free repair opportunity, 1 free optimization opportunity, and unlock the one-click virus removal function. Holy crap, I didn't expect that detecting blank pages for the second time would trigger a mission, and a supreme level 1 at that. It seems that these blank pages are indeed extremely important. Thinking of this, Li Yang immediately became expectant. Just then, Lei Xiao glared at him with murderous intent, chuckled, and spoke. Lei Ruotian, who had been shouting, fell silent and stared at Li Yang in astonishment. Kid, what the hell are you talking about? Lei Xiao, realizing what was happening, immediately roared. Li Yang picked at his ear and laughed. Patriarch Lei, please speak more softly. You should know your physical condition. If you suffer a qi deviation, you will regret it. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Lei Xiao was so shocked that his mouth dropped open, and he was instantly stunned. Lei Ruotian also looked incredulous. Hee, kid, Luo Shui told you, right? Why does that girl tell everyone everything? Lei Xiao frowned and said. You're wrong. You don't like Luo Shui at all. Let alone your hidden illness, how much does Luo Shui know about your daily life? Don't think you're hiding it well. If it weren't for my keen observation, how could I have seen your hidden ailment? And this senior, his lifespan is almost over, isn't it? Upon hearing this, an eerie silence fell over the room once again. The two Lei family members stared intently at Li Yang, their cold, shocked, and incredulous gazes seemingly trying to see right through him. Let's see how he knew that. For a long time. Haha, brother Li, your little guy is really good at joking. Lei Ruotian laughed heartily as he spoke. Brother Lei, Li Yang is not joking. He said that Patriarch Lei has a hidden illness, so he must have a hidden illness. Li Yun said solemnly. Seeing this, Lei Ruotian turned his gaze to Li Yang again. Kid, even if Lei Xiao has a hidden ailment, what can you do about it? I don't believe you can cure it. Upon seeing this, Li Yang smiled slightly. I really can cure it. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiao was taken aback at first, but then burst into laughter. Kid, anyone can brag, but don't let your tongue get caught up in the wind. Even though you're Luo Shui's fiancé. But water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Do you believe I can take your life with just one sentence? Upon seeing this, Li Yang chuckled. Patriarch Lei, what if I cure your hidden ailment? Upon hearing this, the two members of the Lei family were once again shocked. This wasn't the first time they'd been shocked since they stepped into the Li family's main hall. The key point is that all these shocks were caused by a small child. They couldn't help but pay attention. After repeatedly confirming that Li Yang was not joking, Lei Ruotian immediately said. If you can cure Lei Xiao's hidden ailment, you can take any of the Lei family's treasures you want. Chapter 27. Upon hearing this, Li Yun and Li Yuelun were immediately stunned. The promise made by the supreme elder of the Lei family is too heavy. This is equivalent to giving Li Yang the entire Lei family's treasures. Could Li Yang really cure Lei Xiao's hidden illness? For a moment, the two had to re-evaluate Li Yang. Li Yun really wanted to remind Li Yang. Showing off is fine, but don't overdo it. However, upon seeing Li Yang's relaxed demeanor, she immediately swallowed back the words she was about to say. Perhaps he really does have a solution. Isn't this what I wanted to see? If the Lei family's big ship, though leaky, is still sturdy, it will be tied to the Li family's big ship, and the Li family will stand even taller. For a moment, he began to have some expectations for Li Yang. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the two members of the Li family, Lei Ruotian could only manage a wry smile. Others may not know about the Lei family's predicament, but as the Lei family's supreme elder, he knows it perfectly well. Just as Li Yang said, Lei Xiao is always on the verge of danger. If it weren't for the high-level pills that sustained him, he would hardly have survived until now. The reason I made this bet with Li Yang. First, he was desperate and tried any treatment he could find. Secondly, he didn't know why he had some trust in Li Yang. Upon seeing this, Li Yang was delighted. He opened his mouth. I can choose any treasure from the Lei family. This reward is quite tempting. After considering it for a moment, Li Yang suddenly spoke. I wonder if the Lei family possesses any top-grade elixirs. Upon hearing this, the people present were immediately taken aback. However, Lei Xiao immediately burst into laughter. Kid, are you talking nonsense? A top-grade elixir? It's just a legend. Where in the world can such a pill exist? Could it be that only a top-grade elixir can cure my hidden ailment? As Lei Xiao finished speaking, his bull-like eyes dimmed. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't even mention our Lei family, even the Yuan and Zhang families in the capital might not have top-grade spiritual pills. If you say that only top-grade elixirs can cure Lei Xiao, then our previous promise is null and void. Let's pretend nothing happened. Lei Ruotian also showed a look of disappointment. So he was talking nonsense. Li Yun and Li Yuelun were slightly taken aback. He then laughed helplessly. So this kid was just making fun of them. Everyone thought Li Yang was just playing around and talking nonsense. He knew the Lei family wouldn't kill him, so he played a prank. All four shook their heads helplessly at this. Haha, are you four doubting me? That's true, you really can't produce top-grade elixirs. Li Yang shook his head as he drank his tea. However, that doesn't mean I can't afford it, does it? Upon hearing this, the four were stunned once again. Damn, kid, I know you're capable, but you don't have to brag so recklessly, do you? After a while, Lei Xiao sneered. Yes, Li Yang, I know you're different from before, but you don't need to put on such a show, do you? Although Li Yun didn't say anything, his disdainful expression betrayed their true thoughts. What a load of bull! If you have top-grade elixirs, I'll be your slave and do whatever you want with me. Lei Ruotian thumped his chest loudly. His voice was firm and resolute. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes lit up immediately. Elder Lei, you must keep your word. If I produce a top-grade elixir, you are not allowed to go back on your word. Upon seeing this, the audience burst into laughter. All right, I admit defeat. This old ancestor is a man of his word, and naturally keeps his promises. But what if you can't produce a top-grade elixir? Upon hearing this, Li Yang chuckled. If I can't produce a top-grade elixir, you can do whatever you want with me. Okay, it's a deal. Next, Li Yang and Lei Ruotian's large fist and small fist collided with each other with a loud thud. This marked the end of their bet. This immediately left the other three speechless, both amused and exasperated. Chapter 28. Everyone says that the Lei family patriarch is a rascal, and seeing him today, I can confirm that the reputation is well deserved. Li Yuelun said with a smile. Lei Xiao secretly wiped away a cold sweat and said embarrassedly. Our ancestor is particularly fond of playing, so please don't take it to heart. Whether it was the two members of the Li family or the two members of the Lei family, they were both impressed by Li Yang's ability to produce top-grade spiritual pills. They all just laugh it off, they would never believe it. Upon seeing this, Li Yang revealed a bright smile. Patriarch, please prepare a secret room for me, along with all the materials needed to refine the spirit-nourishing pill. Also, if you have any mid-grade spirit stones, please prepare one for me as well. The room fell silent immediately after he said that. However, Li Yuelun immediately stood up and shouted. Li Yang, do you mean you want to refine pills? Holy crap, can you stop messing around? Lei Xiao also looked surprised. He had assumed that Li Yang would choose to participate in the auction, offer a high reward, or hire a senior alchemist to win the bet. But to everyone's surprise, he actually wanted to refine the pills himself. I've never heard of Li Yang from the Li family being able to refine pills. Lei Ruotian and Li Yun also looked incredulous. I have a feeling that Li Yang might have gone senile. What, can't I refine pills? Or perhaps, you? Oh, by the way, before this, you had never paid any attention to me, so it's normal that you didn't know me. Alright, now I have to tell you the truth. I am actually a master alchemist. Li Yang spoke seriously. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. However, a burst of laughter immediately followed. Haha, Li Yang, you're really good at bragging. Well, he's young, so bragging won't kill him anyway. It's so great to be young. You can be reckless and carefree without limits. I'm so envious. Although Li Yun didn't say anything, he had a wry smile on his face. Clearly, he didn't believe it either. In fact, no one would believe it, because there is no such thing as a top-grade elixir in this world. At the very least, none of the 4 people present had ever seen such a legendary elixir in their lifetimes. Alright, we'll know whether it works or not once we try. After Li Yang finished speaking, he smiled at Li Yuelun, as if to say something. If you want to know the answer, then hurry up and prepare the materials. Upon seeing this, Li Yuelun was slightly taken aback. However, he immediately shouted to the door. Someone, have Master Lin bring over some materials for the spirit nourishing pill. As you command. Someone agreed and left. At this moment, Li Yun took out a stone that was gleaming with a faint white light from the bag, handed it to Li Yang, and said with a smile. 1 mid-grade spirit stone, plus a set of materials for spirit nourishing pill. I don't ask you to refine a top-grade spirit pill, I only ask for a low-grade spirit nourishing pill. If you succeed, I, your ancestor, will reward you handsomely. Haha, my lay family will also receive a reward. Very well, since both of you think so highly of me, I will certainly not let you down. Li Yang accepted the mid-grade elemental stone while smiling and saying. I wonder what brings the materials for the spirit gathering pill that I, Lin, have brought, Patriarch. At this moment, a middle-aged scholar-looking man walked in from the entrance of the hall. System, scan this person. Ding. Scanning for your target. Ding. Scan complete. Lin Xiaofeng, 9th level of Qi Condensation Realm, Intermediate Alchemist. Weakness, due to flaws in the inheritance, it is impossible to advance to the level of Advanced Alchemist. System notification, if the host successfully refines a top-grade spirit nourishing pill, Lin Xiaofeng will be subdued. Seeing this, Li Yang nodded almost imperceptibly. This young man is teachable, I will certainly help him out in the future. Master Lin, give the materials for the spirit nourishing pill to Li Yang, he wants to refine the pill. Lin Xiaofeng was stunned when Li Yuelun said this. Chapter 29. Young Master Li. Li Yang, you said you want to refine pills. Thinking he had misheard, Lin Xiaofeng asked incredulously. Hehe, Master Lin, you heard me right. This young man is going to refine the spirit nourishing pill. As Li Yang spoke, he took the materials that Lin Xiaofeng handed him blankly, smiled slightly at everyone present, and headed towards the back room. If I remember correctly, there is a secret room behind this hall specifically for alchemy. It has always been exclusively owned by the homeowner. Holy crap, this brat doesn't seem to mind his own business at all. Li Yuelun realized what was happening and immediately laughed and scolded. So the Lei family patriarch and patriarch are here too. This junior greets you. Lei Ruoshan waved his hand, not paying any attention. He looked preoccupied and didn't even seem to care about Li Yang's alchemy. Upon seeing this, Li Yuelun said to Lin Xiaofeng. Master Lin, please wait in the side hall. I will need your expertise to critique the pills that Li Yang has refined. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofeng didn't take it to heart and left in response. He muttered to himself as he walked. Kids are really making a fuss. Alchemy isn't that easy. Soon, only 4 people remained in the hall. Brother Lei, I've summoned you here today because Lei Ming must have told you about it. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter. At the same time, Li Yang walked into an exquisite secret room behind the hall. A wave of heat washed over him, making him catch his breath. Tisk tisk, the patriarch is truly extraordinary, even a single alchemy room is made with a superior fire vein. This is a stone chamber of about 10 square meters. In the middle stands a stone pier with a small black stove on top. Sparks are being ejected from below. Seeing this, Li Yang smiled slightly, walked to the stone pier, and sat down on a futon. System is scanning for elemental stones. Ding! Scanning for target. Ding! Scan complete. Yuan stone, mid-grade. In the Imperial continent, Yuan stones are divided into low, mid, high, and top grade. Yuan power, 358, impurities, 85, toxins, 75. System notification, the host can spend 5 cultivation points to repair the mid-grade elemental stone and obtain a top-grade elemental stone. System, repair the mid-tier elemental stone. With top-grade spirit stones, refining top-grade spirit nourishing pills will be a piece of cake. Good. The materials provided by the system for refining the Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill are not about how high the quality or age of the main material is, but rather, the key is that you need Supreme Spirit Stones. This is the key to the formation of the ultimate elixir. It's laughable that those master alchemists, unable to refine top-grade elixirs, claim that there are no such things as top-grade elixirs in the world. While this was certainly an excuse they gave themselves to avoid embarrassment, the bigger reason was the loss of their inheritance in refining top-grade elixirs. Ding! The system has automatically deducted 5 cultivation points to repair the mid-level spirit stone. Ding! Repair complete. Looking at the completely transparent stone in his hand, which had shrunk several times in size, Li Yang felt very satisfied. Next, he spent 3 cultivation points to repair all 3 materials of the spirit nourishing pill. Then the alchemy furnace was lit. Following the complete instructions of the Supreme Spirit Nourishing Pill in his mind, Li Yang began refining it with ease. Soon, after he added the last auxiliary ingredient to the alchemy furnace, an extremely rich medicinal aroma immediately wafted out and filled the entire alchemy room. At one moment, a glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes, and he shouted loudly. "Open!" In an instant, the furnace lid opened and a golden, transparent pill shot out of the furnace. Li Yang was prepared and grabbed it in one go. Lin Xiaofeng, who was having tea in the side room, appeared calm on the surface. In reality, he was already quite impatient. The young master of a big family is really reckless. But the adults just indulge him. He shook his head, wondering if he needed to leave the Li family. Hey, the smell of medicine! My goodness, the smell of medicine is so strong. Could it be? Chapter 30. In an instant, Lin Xiaofeng ran outside with an excited expression. In the rush, they smashed a lot of tables, chairs, and benches, but didn't feel anything. Such a strong medicinal fragrance, could it be a mid-grade spirit nourishing pill? If it really is a mid-grade spirit pill? Then, we've struck gold. I must take him as my apprentice. As Lin Xiaofeng ran, he excitedly rambled on incoherently. Brother Li, are you saying that the Yuan family and the Zhang family are going to attack us? In the hall, Lei Ruoshan spoke with a furrowed brow. With a sigh, Li Yun said solemnly. They've probably already made their move. They've been planting Zhangxiang and Yu Xiaolian in the Li family for over a decade. I believe that your Lei and Sun families also have spies, and they are even direct descendants. This will make it easier for them to eventually overthrow us and take over the family. According to Senior Li, aren't we in great danger? Lei Xiaoteng stood up abruptly, looking horrified. Brother Lei, please calm down. Luckily we discovered it early, otherwise. Li Yuelun offered words of comfort. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Li Xiaofeng, who rushed in through the door. Master, there's a medicinal fragrance. Young Master Li Yang has truly succeeded in refining it. The 4 people in the hall were slightly taken aback. However, Li Yun immediately wrinkled his nose and stood up abruptly. At the same time, the other three also showed surprise. Could it be? Judging from the strong aroma, this must be a mid-grade elixir. Lin Xiaofeng rubbed his hands together and craned his neck to peer into the back room. His excitement was like that of someone refining elixirs. Haha, Master Lin, is your vision really that short-sighted? Why not a top-grade elixir? Li Yang picked up an exquisite jade box from a shelf in the stone chamber, put the top-grade spirit-nourishing pill inside, and then left the stone chamber with a satisfied expression. Just as he reached the door of the back hall, he heard Lin Xiaofeng's excited voice and immediately smiled. With a cheerful voice, Li Yang strode into the hall. He casually tossed the jade box to Lin Xiaofeng, saying this indifferently. I would like to trouble Master Lin to help me with the appraisal, so that people won't say I'm trying to fool them. Lin Xiaofeng was taken aback. A jade box flew towards him, and he hurriedly caught it. Then, muttering to himself, he opened the jade box. Top-grade elixir? Nonsense! However, he swallowed back the words he had just uttered. My God, how is this possible? After a while, Lin Xiaofeng let out a startled cry, his hands trembled, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened so wide it could fit 2 eggs. Upon seeing this, Li Yuelun frowned and snatched the jade box, saying unhappily. You're making such a fuss. Holy crap, this can't be happening. MIFG dreaming. Li Yuelun muttered something and then focused her gaze on the jade box, immediately exclaiming in surprise. Ancestor! Ancestor! Li Yuelun swallowed hard and stammered. This is truly a top-grade elixir. Quiet! The hall was deathly silent. Everyone stared in shock at the jade box in Li Yuelun's hand, their mouths agape, speechless. Holy crap, Li Yuelun, what the hell are you talking about? Once he realized what was happening, Lei Xiao snatched the jade box from Li Yuelun's hand and began to examine it, muttering something. However. Wow! What the hell? Holy crap! A top-grade spirit-nourishing pill? How is that possible? Thump! Lei Xiao collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Lei Ruotian and Li Yun immediately lost their composure. Even without verifying it, the two of them know that Li Yang has indeed refined a top-grade spirit-nourishing pill. After verification, the two of them also collapsed onto the chairs without any regard for their image. They were instantly bewildered. Chapter 31. Thump. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofeng crawled to his knees at Li Yang's feet and kowtowed repeatedly. A top-grade elixir. The legendary top-grade elixir has not appeared on the Yushan continent for a long time. Yet today it has appeared in this small city of Tiankai. Moreover, it was made by a washed-up young master. How is that possible? However, the facts speak for themselves, leaving him no choice but to believe them. Then he thought about it again and realized that he had just been so shameless as to want to take the other person as his disciple, and he felt ashamed and embarrassed. However, upon further reflection, even if he failed to refine top-grade elixirs, he could still overcome his current predicament by becoming his disciple. Compared to advancing to the rank of advanced alchemist, what does a little face matter? After all, this world still respects the strong. When I became his disciple, I felt only pride, not shame. The 4 people in the hall were all dumbfounded to see the usually aloof alchemist fawning over Li Yang. However, considering that Li Yang could refine top-grade elixirs, it made perfect sense. You want to become my disciple? Li Yang glanced at Lin Xiaofeng and said calmly. At the same time, he secretly activated a one-click scan. Ding! The system is scanning the target. Ding! Scan complete. Lin Xiaofeng, 9th level of Qi Condensation Realm. Advantages: obtained the ancient alchemy inheritance by chance. Weakness: flawed succession. System notification: Lin Xiaofeng is a man of great loyalty and affection. If the host accepts him as a disciple, he will accompany the host for life. A master alchemist can be obtained. Seeing this, Li Yang understood what was going on. Yes, I humbly request master to take me in. Your disciple will serve you for the rest of my life. Puff. Are you an elderly person? Li Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Well, since you're so sincere, then this young master will reluctantly accept you. Li Yang said this in a pretentious manner, which immediately excited Lin Xiaofeng. He immediately kowtowed 9 times. Then, he respectfully offered Li Yang a cup of tea as a formal gesture of formality. This scene immediately filled the 4 people present with a myriad of emotions. In a matter of seconds, he subdued a renowned alchemy master in Qilong City. To be honest, even Li Yun and Lei Ruotian might not be able to do it. Because all alchemists share a common flaw: arrogant. They only respect those who are more skilled in alchemy than themselves. Clearly, Li Yang is that kind of person. Lin Xiaofeng got up from the ground and stood behind Li Yang with a smug look on his face. Even when Li Yuelun told him not to be reserved and to sit down, he declined. Joke. With master present, where is my seat? Li Yuelun couldn't stop smiling. He never imagined that the Li family would be so lucky to have such a powerful member as Li Yang. Li Yun was also excited. He sat there calmly, but if you looked closely, you would see that his eyes were filled with ecstatic joy. The Li family really struck gold. It seems that their rise is just around the corner. However, what exactly did Li Yang go through? Why is there such a huge difference between his past and present? Li Yang, as the Supreme Elder, I have to ask you a question. After considering it for a moment, Li Yun decided to ask the question that was on his mind. You want to ask me where I learned my alchemy skills, right? Li Yang interrupted Li Yun, but instead of getting angry, Li Yun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. In fact, it wasn't just him, the others, including Lin Xiaofeng, had the same question. Li Yang glanced at the crowd staring at him and said calmly. To be honest, during my exploration of the beast forest once again, I obtained the complete inheritance of an ancient alchemy master by chance. This is also the main reason why I was able to recover even though my dungeon was destroyed. That's right, that's the explanation Li Yang prepared for himself. As for the fact that he was a transmigrator and possessed a system, he would never reveal it, even if he were beaten to death. Even if I told them, no one would believe me. Chapter 32. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of surprise and envy, as if they had just realized it. They had that kind of luck, you can't deny it. After a long while, the people present all had the same thought in their minds. After a while, Li Yang, I shouldn't call you master. Please save me from this dire situation. Afterwards, my family head will reward you handsomely. At this moment, Lei Xiao suddenly came up to Li Yang, bowed deeply, and said. Li Yun was stunned. Li Yuelun's hand holding the teacup trembled. He spilled a cup of tea all over himself. Lei Ruotian appeared expressionless, but he was extremely nervous inside. If Li Yang agrees, that would be fine, he can choose any of the Lei family's treasures. If Li Yang doesn't agree, Lei Ruotian, despite having innate cultivation, is still someone he can't afford to offend, even though he is a high-level alchemy master. If you want me to heal your injuries, that's not impossible. But I heard you're not really into snowfall. I've also heard that Luo Shui has been subjected to all sorts of difficulties by your second wife, and you've turned a blind eye to it. I wonder if it's true or not. By the way, I heard that a few days ago, your wife falsely accused her of stealing things from the house, but you ignored it. What should we do about this? Li Yang's third sentence, seemingly a soliloquy, was actually a veiled questioning of Lei Xiao. The implication is clear, you're so great, why are you begging me? If you want me to heal you, you'd better show some sincerity, otherwise. Hee. I'm sorry, I really have no such obligation. Lei Xiao swallowed awkwardly and spoke. Don't worry, my dear nephew, I will handle this matter later. I will divorce my wife and clear Luo Shue's name. And no need. I believe that after tonight, Luo Shui will not enter your Lei family again. Li Yang waved his hand, interrupting Lei Xiao. This immediately made Lei Xiao's eyes light up. Nephew, do you perhaps wish to marry Luo Shui now? If so, I will go back and make the arrangements now. Marry Luo Shui? You probably just want me to die too slowly, don't you? Li Yang stood up, looked at Lei Xiao as if he were an idiot, and then said. It's a waste that you all possess superhuman cultivation, yet you can't even discern Luo Shui's true physique. Tisk tisk, the moonlit holy body, I wonder if your Lei family really doesn't care, or if you just didn't realize it. I have to say, you guys are amazing. The hall fell silent as soon as Li Yang said this. Thump. The sacred body of the moonlit essence? How is that possible? Luo Shui is only at the 4th level of qi refining, how could she possibly be the moon essence sacred body? Lei Xiao's legs buckled and he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming in surprise. Yes, Li Yang, are you mistaken? I've verified Luo Shui's physique before, she just has an ordinary physique. Lei Ruoshan suddenly stood up, also surprised and puzzled. Ignorance is a real problem. Who told you that Luo Shui is only at the 4th level of qi refining? Who told you that the moonlit holy body could be detected by ordinary means? The 10 sacred cultivation bodies each have their own characteristics. Among them, the moon essence sacred body, which ranks 3rd, is a rare invisible physique and its activation is extremely demanding. Without the corresponding techniques and time, it's possible that we would never discover it in our lifetime. The key is that the Lei family's Kanglang technique has restricted Luo Shui's development, preventing her from improving her cultivation. However, she was lucky to meet me, because I happened to have a technique that could induce her physical constitution to manifest. And tonight is also the night of the full moon, when you will be able to witness a spectacle that is only seen once in 10,000 years. Cherish the last days you spend with Luo Shui. Because once the moonlit holy body is born, it will inevitably attract the scramble of various forces. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll know the outcome tonight. After Li Yang finished speaking, he sat down in the chair and stopped talking. Everyone in the hall was instantly stunned, their heads spinning. Chapter 33. Today's events left the 4 heads of the Li and Lei families in a state of shock and disbelief, unable to process what had happened. First, there was Li Yang, a washed-up young master, who could refine top-grade elixirs. Then, there was the alchemy master of Qilong City, whom he apprenticed under. Now it has been revealed that Lei Jiaoluo Shui is the rare moon essence body? If it were anyone else, Lei Ruoshan would have slapped them long ago. Can you stop talking nonsense? That's one of the 10 great sacred bodies, and ranked in the top 3 at that. How come it's so easy to run into one? However, the story came from Li Yang, who was capable of refining top-grade elixirs. No one could help but believe it. Li Yang, what you said. Hey, here it comes. Li Yun wanted to remind Li Yang not to underestimate himself, but before he could finish speaking, Li Yang interrupted him. The bright moon hangs high, and the yuan energy is fluctuating violently. Luo Shui should be breaking through soon. Li Yang calmly stood up, muttering to himself, and walked ahead. Lin Xiaofeng followed closely behind. Li Yun and Lei Ruoshan exchanged a glance, both showing surprise and doubt in their eyes. Let's go. We'll find out if it's true or not once we go. Li Yun said. Then he turned to Li Yuelun and gave him instructions. Pass down the order, no one is to approach Wen Lan's villa. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. As you command. Li Yuelun replied with a serious expression. Master, is Master's wife truly the moon essence holy body? Following behind Li Yang, Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Li Yang curled his lip. He's really become wise with age. The way he addressed him as master came out perfectly naturally. But I actually enjoyed it immensely. No matter how many times you try to win someone over, flattery will never fail you. The ancients were right. Yes, you'll see the true moon essence body in a little while. As the master and disciple were talking, they arrived outside Wen Lan's villa. Behind them, Lei Ruoshan and his 3 companions followed. Upon entering the courtyard, everyone sat down in the pavilion. Uncle Chuan had been watching from the courtyard. When he saw Li Yang return, he happily served tea to everyone. Holy crap, how did the young master become so awesome? The Lei family father and son, the patriarch and the supreme elder. My god, even the alchemy master from the Li family is treating the young master so politely. Am I dreaming? Xiaofeng greets Grandpa Chuan. Lin Xiaofeng bowed respectfully to Li Chuan. Thump. Li Chuan felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. He was genuinely frightened. How could someone who is so serious about alchemy call himself grandfather? Are you kidding me? Upon seeing this, Li Yang's face darkened. You're just making things worse. Uncle Chuan, this is my new apprentice. Li Yang's explanation only made things worse. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Li Chuan to collapse to the ground. Young master, can you please stop making a scene? Meanwhile, in an ordinary residential house in Keelong City, a young woman dressed in a blue silk dress and wearing a veil was sitting cross-legged, quietly cultivating. A sliver of moonlight drifted in through the window, eagerly rushing into her body. In the blink of an eye, she was transformed into a silver-white being of light. However, at that moment, the man with light suddenly trembled. The woman's graceful figure reappeared. At this moment, her large, exposed eyes suddenly opened, revealing an undisguised look of shock. What happened? Why is the moonlight being lost? And my god, someone is breaking through. Ah, how is that possible? The moonlit holy body. This is a celestial phenomenon that only the moonlit holy body could cause. As she watched the wisps of moonlight rush towards a certain direction in the city, the woman in the silk dress suddenly became breathless. Could this be the opportunity that person spoke of? The hope for the rise of my moon spirit palace. Without further hesitation, the woman disappeared into the house in the blink of an eye. Chapter 34. Southwest of Keelong City. Deep within a vast mansion, in an inconspicuous secret room. Sun Bai, the patriarch of the Sun family, one of the 5 major families in Keelong City, suddenly opened his eyes. His wrinkled old face was filled with horror. His body swayed. The next second, they appeared on the roof of the main hall outside. The moonlight is dissipating, and it's heading in one direction. Could it be that a super powerful expert has arrived in Keelong City? Following the direction of the moonlight, Sun Bai finally fixed his gaze on the location of the Li family. The Li family? Has something big happened to the Li family? Or has a cultivation genius emerged from their family? Sun Bai's old face showed a look of surprise and uncertainty. After a long pause, he murmured. Forget it, it's better to avoid trouble. We're already struggling to take care of ourselves, how can we bother with them? Puff. As soon as Sun Bai finished speaking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, here we go again, when will this ever end? Shaking his head, Sun Bai's thin body swayed and disappeared from the rooftop. At the same time, powerful figures also appeared from other directions in Keelong City, and their gazes were unsurprisingly focused on the Li family. The Li family suddenly became the focus of attention. Rumble. Just as Li Chuan struggled to his feet, Wen Lan Villa suddenly shone brightly. Upon seeing this, everyone hurriedly looked up towards Li Yang's training room. The scene that greeted them stunned everyone. Suddenly, the full moon high in the sky shot out a beam of silver light, enveloping a house in Wen Lan's villa. Holy crap, is this some kind of celestial phenomenon? Could it be that Luo Shui is truly the moonlit holy body? Lei Xiao suddenly leaped up. Unfortunately, no one could answer him, because everyone's attention was drawn to a subtle fluctuation. Peak of Qi refining realm? No, wait, is this the prelude to breaking through to Qi condensation realm? Lei Ruoshan and Li Yun exclaimed in surprise. Although the Qi refining and Qi condensation realms are nothing in their eyes, but he was able to cultivate using the essence of moonlight, and even break through so quickly. Looking across the world, only the moonlit holy body can do this. The falling snow is truly the holy body of the moon. I believe it. At that moment, everyone believed it. Li Yang, however, remained unmoved, calmly sipping his fragrant tea. He was waiting for someone. Someone appeared who could instantly elevate Lei Luoxiu to a position second only to the emperor. He believed that person was in Qilong City. Lin Xiaofeng also looked horrified. However, his gaze mostly fell on Li Yang. Seeing Li Yang's calm and collected demeanor, as if everything was under his control, their expressions immediately became even more respectful. Master is not as simple as he seems. Li Yun also focused her attention on Li Yang. Although the moonlit holy body is powerful, his biggest concern right now is whether he can break through to the innate realm. At this moment, seeing Li Yang glancing at the sky from time to time, he became suspicious. Could it be that a powerful being has come to take Lei Luoxiu away? Boom! Just as he was wondering about this, Lei Luoxiu underwent another change. Lei Luoxiu, sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room, was cultivating entirely according to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra as restored by Li Yang. In an instant, she entered a state of complete absorption. I don't know how much time passed. A blurry full moon slowly rose from behind her. It was at this moment that Lei Luoxiu's cultivation advanced from the Qi refining realm to the Qi condensation realm. She's broken through. Luo Shui has broken through. My god, a Qi condensation realm expert at 15 years old. That's incredibly rare. Especially at this cultivation speed. Tisk tisk, compared to Luo Shui, that little girl from the Yuan family is simply trash. Lei Ruoshan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Haha, this is truly a stroke of luck for the Lei family. Lei Xiao shouted even louder. Chapter 35. Humph, what does Luo Shui's success have to do with you? Don't try to make yourself look good. Li Yang made no attempt to hide his mockery. This immediately made Lei Xiao swallow the rest of his words. However, he still couldn't hide his excitement. He's already planning how to use Lei Luoxiu as leverage to make money for the Lei family. Although he didn't know what Lei Xiao was thinking, Li Yang could easily imagine his filthy thoughts. Unfortunately, he was destined to fail. Ignoring the smug Lei Xiao, Li Yang straightened his clothes and, with a smile on his face, clasped his hands in a fist salute in a certain direction. Senior, since you're here, please come out. Upon hearing this, the people present were puzzled. Li Yang is an idiot, talking to thin air. However, the crowd quickly became agitated. Humph, kid, you've got good hearing. But I'm not interested in you. I'll take that girl. Any objections? Hey, there really is one. Li Yang's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing the voice. The big boss has finally appeared. As the sound rang out, a blurry figure suddenly appeared on the house opposite them. However, the figure seemed very blurry, as if something was blocking her view, preventing people from seeing her attire and appearance. However, this does not include Li Yang. System, scan for the mysterious expert with one click. Ding! Scanning for your target. Ding! Scan complete. Yu Lingzi, Supreme Elder of Ling Xiao, cultivation level and strength unknown. Weakness, Unknown. System notification, an extremely powerful individual, not to be trifled with. Upon seeing this result, Li Yang was completely dumbfounded. System, why are all these results ominous? Is there anything in this world that you can't scan? Li Yang asked in confusion. This powerful individual's strength has exceeded the system's current scanning range. Unless the system is upgraded, it will be impossible to scan them. Holy crap, the system can even be upgraded. Li Yang almost cried out in surprise. How novel! Of course this system can be upgraded. The system's voice was somewhat cold, but also quite speechless. Did I get linked to an idiot? My goodness! The system can be upgraded. Li Yang clicked his tongue to calm himself down. The Supreme Elder of Jade Spirit Palace? What level of cultivation would it be? This Jade Spirit Palace is definitely not a sect of the Tiankai dynasty. But it doesn't matter. As long as I know that Luo Shui has an awesome master. Thinking of this, Li Yang chuckled and said. Senior, you are too kind. I would be more than happy to have Luo Shui become a disciple of Senior Yu Lingzi. How could I not be pleased? What? Little guy, you actually know me? How is that possible? The sound from the rooftop was filled with surprise and shock. The voice sounds like it belongs to a woman. I am naturally at ease handing Luo Shui over to you, Senior. However, it is up to Luo Shui herself to make the decision. Li Yang said with a smile. I have a problem with that. Lei Xiao stepped forward and spoke righteously. Seeing his hard-earned chips about to slip away, how could he possibly sit still? Roll. Presumptuous. As two cold snorts rang out one after the other, Lei Xiao flew back at lightning speed like a cannonball. With a loud bang, it smashed a hole in the courtyard wall. Kid, you have no right to speak here. If it weren't for the little girl, you'd be dead by now. Lei Ruoshan was stunned into silence. A huge wave of emotions surged within me. That's terrifying. How could a spirit origin realm expert be blasted away with just one sentence? Even someone like him, who is at the innate level or even beyond, couldn't possibly achieve such a feat with such ease. Could she be? Lei Ruoshan instantly thought of a possibility. Chapter 36. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the figure on the roof, his breathing becoming rapid. He and Li Yun exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. If she really is from there, then Luo Shui has truly risen to prominence and become a phoenix. The two thought to themselves. Creak. Just then, the strange phenomenon in the sky disappeared. The door to the meditation room was opened from the inside. Lei Luoxiu's graceful figure walked out from inside. Brother Yang, I've broken through. Lei Luoxiu ignored everyone else and went straight to Li Yang, naturally taking his large hand and saying happily. Not bad. Li Yang gently stroked Luo Shui's hair, his face full of affection. The two acted as if they had lived together for many years, without the slightest awkwardness. Boy, get your filthy hands off me. My daughter is very precious now, you're no longer good enough for her. You'd better get your act together. Lei Xiao suddenly crawled out of the ruins. With disheveled hair, he roared at Li Yang. However, before he could finish speaking, Lei Ruoshan roared. Hurry up and FK your mother. Get out of here. He slapped her across the face. With a loud bang, a hole was smashed in the other side of the courtyard wall. The world is finally quiet. Damn spendthrift, if you say another word, the Lei family is really doomed. You have to understand, that's a being that's practically a celestial being. It is a blessing for the snow to fall. And it is also a blessing for the Lei family. Is this guy an idiot? All right, little girl, come with me. At this moment, a beautiful young woman with a white veil suddenly appeared next to Lei Luoxiu and said in an unquestionable manner. Lei Luoxiu was stunned by the sudden appearance of the woman. After realizing what was happening, she immediately hid behind Li Yang. Clearly, in her mind, Li Yang was safer than her Lei family patriarch. Luo Shui, this is Senior Yu Lingzi. Your physique is the moon essence sacred body that cultivators dream of. Only by following Senior can you stand out from the crowd. Li Yang gently pulled Lei Luoxia from behind and whispered. Is brother Yang coming with me too? Li Yang was slightly taken aback. He then smiled. The Jade Spirit Palace is all women, what would I do there? However, I believe you will be able to see me soon. Upon hearing this, Lei Luoxia looked at Yu Lingzi and then at Li Yang, caught in a dilemma. The little girl is so eager to become stronger. Because she was afraid of being bullied. She needs to become strong so that she won't be manipulated by others. Clearly, following the woman in front of her is the only way for her to become stronger. However, Li Yang was the kindest person to her in the world besides her mother. She had just experienced being cared for and didn't want to give up so easily. Girl, let's go. Your lover is no ordinary man. He will surely surpass you in the future. Surely you don't want to become a burden to him. At this moment, Yu Lingzi spoke. While it may seem tempting, it is indeed the truth. Go, Luoxiu, one day, brother Yang will come and bring you back to my side. As Li Yang spoke, he brazenly lifted Lei Luoxiu's veil and kissed her on the lips. Boom! The people standing around were instantly dumbfounded. Although Yu Lingzi was also wearing a veil, she was still stunned by Li Yang's audacity. You've got some nerve. Doesn't this count as using force? As expected of master, his skills in picking up girls are also quite impressive. Young master has finally figured it out. Haha, my Li family has finally bullied your Lei family. Yu Lingzi stamped her foot and hurriedly turned around. You filthy scoundrel, you lecher. Lei Luoxiu left in a daze. Even while being held by Yu Lingzi, he was still savoring the feeling from just now. Holy crap, you surnamed Li, give me back my daughter. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere of Wen Lan's villa was shattered by Lei Xiao's shrill roar. Chapter 37. Brother Yang, although Lei Xiao has been unkind to me, he is still my father. Please save his life for my sake. Sitting in the cultivation room, Li Yang heard Lei Luoxiu's words again as she left. Patriarch Lei, healing you is not impossible, but I need to see those few pieces of paper belonging to your Lei family. Upon hearing this, not only were the two members of the Lei family shocked, but even Li Yun looked astonished. He actually knew about that thing. How is that possible? You should know that thing was left behind by Apocalypse when he left. Only a destined person can uncover its secrets. Could it be that Li Yang can unlock the secrets of the wordless book? What a load of bull! Nephew, we need to go back and discuss this. We will give you an answer tomorrow. Lei Ruoshan felt a mix of emotions, deeply conflicted about Li Yang's request to view the wordless pages. Li Yun is also conflicted. Elder, if you want me to fix the problem with your cultivation technique, my condition is to view the blank pages of the book. Everyone left with trepidation. Lin Xiaofeng, following Li Yang's instructions, excitedly found a side room to stay in. Reaching out, Li Yang pulled out a crystal-clear jade pendant from his pocket and instantly activated a one-click scan. Ding! The system is scanning the target. Ding! Scan complete. Locking Spirit Jade, a secret treasure crafted by an ancient powerful being. Vulnerability, defect. System notification, adding 500-year-old amethyst crystal and spending 10 cultivation points will repair this treasure. You will receive the concealment-type magical artifact, the Amethyst Rhinoceros Pendant. System notification, if the host wears the purple Rhinoceros Pendant, it can evade detection by all experts below the celestial realm. The higher the age of the purple Rhinoceros crystal, the better its effect. Ritual implements. It's a magical artifact. Although it was a pseudo-magical artifact, it was enough to excite him. He walked around the room with the jade pendant in his hand. He was very excited. It wasn't that I was excited about having a magical artifact soon. What excited him was that there were cultivators in this world. Having read fantasy novels extensively in his previous life, Li Yang knew very well what magical artifacts represented. They can move mountains and fill seas, summon wind and rain, and turn beings into soldiers. They are capable of anything. If that's the case, could I become one of them? If that's the case, could Yu Lingzi be a cultivator? Ding! D-level mission triggered. Uncover the secrets of the Tiankai dynasty and find traces of cultivators. Mission details. Because the host obtained a magic artifact, he learned of the existence of cultivators. If the host finds traces of cultivators on the Yushan continent, he/she will be rewarded with 15 cultivation points and 1 free repair opportunity. Ding! Triggered A-level mission, dominate the Apocalypse Dragon Tournament. Mission details. 2 months from now, the once-in-a-decade Apocalypse Dragon Tournament will be held in the Apocalypse Imperial City. If the host dominates the conference and wins the championship, he/she will be rewarded with 20 cultivation points and the one-click optimization function will be activated. 2 system notification sounds rang out in succession, causing Li Yang to be slightly taken aback. The Apocalypse Dragon Riding Tournament. This is a great opportunity to make a name for myself. The key is that it can unlock a system function for me. In other words, I'm determined to take the top spot. Li Yang made his decision instantly. He glanced at another task, thought for a moment, and decided to go to the Li family's cultivation technique pavilion early the next morning to check it out. Afterwards, he put away the jade pendant and took out an exquisite jade box from his pocket. Top-grade spirit nourishing pill. Tonight, he will take the spirit nourishing pill again, intending to break through to the Qi condensation realm in one fell swoop. Boom! The elixir had just been taken when it transformed into surging yuan energy, which spread throughout the body's meridians in the blink of an eye. 8th level of Qi refining realm. Li Chuan, who was waiting outside Li Yang's training room, seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth wide, looking shocked. Chapter 38. Young Master is actually breaking through. Moreover, the momentum is strong, and it is very likely that it will cross the Qi refining realm and reach the Qi condensation realm. Thump! Li Chuan immediately knelt on the ground. He clasped his hands together and muttered excitedly. Madam, Master, the young master can finally make something of himself. This old servant can finally leave in peace. In a side room not far away, Lin Xiaofeng trembled, his face filled with excitement as he felt the powerful energy emanating from Li Yang's room. Is Master using a top-grade elixir to break through his cultivation level? Master is indeed extraordinary. If this happened to other cultivators, they certainly wouldn't use top-grade spiritual pills to break through their cultivation level. They will try every means to use this top-grade elixir to maximize their own benefits. Li Yang, however, took it directly. Joke! Aren't elixirs used to enhance cultivation levels? No need, just leave it in your hand and wait for it to grow mold. Are you crazy? This is what Li Yang said to him before he began his cultivation. Only a powerful figure like Master, who treats top-grade elixirs like sugar pills, could say and do such a thing. After a long while, Lin Xiaofeng shook his head and smiled bitterly before returning to his bed. It wasn't sleeping, but rather sitting cross-legged in meditation. It's been so long since I've cultivated, I really miss it. Many people were destined to have a sleepless night. As dawn broke, Li Yuelun, sporting dark circles under her eyes, hastily washed her face and gave the instructions. Go and invite young Master Yang to the council hall to discuss important matters. Go and invite young Master Yang. The disciples standing outside the door were instantly bewildered. Are you kidding me? You're asking for a meal, not calling out to someone, and it has to be young Master? Is this some kind of terrifying thing? When did the young master of the Li family become so well treated, or is it just a one-off thing for Li Yang? Could the legend be true? Did young master Li Yang rise to prominence and become a phoenix? Ugh, I mean, a dragon. The errand boy immediately felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. By the time he reached Wen Lan's villa, he was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Is young master Yang here? The patriarch requests your presence in the council hall. He stood very respectfully outside the courtyard and spoke in a slightly trembling voice. System, scan yourself. As Li Yang opened his eyes in the morning, an invisible aura burst forth and filled the entire room in the blink of an eye. Not bad, Qi Condensation Realm Level 2. A top-grade elixir, it certainly did not disappoint me. After experiencing the exhilaration of the breakthrough, Li Yang gave his instructions. Ding! Scanning for target. Ding! Scan complete. Host, average cultivation physique, average physical strength, average intelligence. Weaknesses, generally average. Advantages, bound to an excellent, powerful, and handsome system, destined for an extraordinary future. System notification, the host's body needs repair and optimization to become a powerful being. Li Yang was speechless. Utterly speechless. System, could you be any more arrogant? Excellent, powerful, and handsome? I don't see it that way. System. It's really just average. Li Yang was immediately rendered speechless by the various ailments of his own body, finding himself both amused and exasperated. System, how do I repair and improve my cultivation physique? After a long pause, Li Yang asked the question that had been on his mind. Isn't it just ordinary stuff? We have that arrogant system, right? Let's just do it. System notification, devouring the core of a ferocious beast in the wilderness can repair the host's physique. After repair, the ancient overlord body can be obtained. System special notice, the ancient overlord body, the strongest sacred body in the cultivation world. Once cultivated to its peak, no matter how many techniques or variations you employ, I can shatter them all with a single punch. The obtainable cultivation technique is unknown. Holy crap, does it have to be this terrifying? The ancient overlord body? It's not among the 10 great cultivation bodies. Could it be a new creation by the system? Li Yang's breathing became rapid instantly. Chapter 39. Ding! The system kindly reminds you that if you cultivate according to the system's plan, becoming the strongest in this world will be just around the corner. What else could Li Yang say after seeing this? Just do it. Young master, a disciple outside is requesting an audience, saying that the patriarch invites you to the council hall. Just then, Li Quan's voice rang out from outside the door. Yes, I understand, Uncle Chuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang stood up and walked out of the cultivation room. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough in cultivation. Lin Xiaofeng immediately began to flatter him. Li Quan's old face was full of smiles. Young Master, you've broken through to the Qi condensation realm. The moment Li Yang appeared, Li Quan's eyes lit up and he asked. Li Yang glanced at Li Chuan, who was looking on expectantly, and nodded smugly. Of course. Who am I, young master? Breaking through my cultivation level is nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself. System, scan Li Chuan. This was the decision he made after he discovered a detail last night. Li Chuan was able to remain calm and composed in front of so many powerful figures. This is something that ordinary servants could never possess. Li Chuan, a mysterious and powerful figure. His cultivation level and origin are unknown. He was saved by his host's parents and willingly became their slave. Weakness, he has hidden injuries that have locked his cultivation, leaving him like an ordinary mortal. His lifespan is also short. System notification, use a grade 1 ice lotus seed to repair its hidden injuries. You will gain Li Quan's lifespan extension and lifelong service. Upon seeing this, Li Yang was immediately horrified. A mysterious and powerful figure. Moreover, it is shrouded in various ominous signs. What terrifying being did the parents save? Swallowing hard, Li Yang instantly decided that he had to solve Li Quan's problem. Iced lotus seeds. Beast core of a ferocious beast in the great wilderness. Perhaps I should make a trip to the Li family's treasure vault. With some worries on his mind, Li Yang finished washing up and, guided by the sweaty disciple, headed to the Li family's council hall. You said you want Li Yang to be the Grand Elder. Patriarch, are you joking? The Li family council hall. A tall, imposing elder stared in shock at Li Yuelun, who sat at the head of the table, and asked incredulously. Yes, Patriarch, although Li Yang exposed Li Chengfeng and prevented the Li family from being destroyed, he doesn't yet have the right to be the Grand Elder, does he? At the very least, his cultivation level is insufficient. Patriarch, you need to consider this carefully. Personally, I think Elder Li Li is very suitable for this position. An elder who was ranked somewhat lower offered his advice. His gaze naturally fell on the elder who had spoken first. Yes, Elder Li Li is qualified enough. We support Elder Li Li's promotion to Grand Elder. Seeing everyone's reaction, Li Li sat down in his chair with an air of smugness, making no attempt to hide his pride. Li Yuelun, you, this puppet patriarch, will never be able to cause any real trouble. The Li family is destined to be ruled by our collateral branch. He can now foresee the grand scene of the collateral branches taking control of the Li family. The Li family had a total of 7 ordinary elders, but now they all supported Li Li, catching Li Yuelun completely off guard. His eyes flashed coldly as he surveyed the crowd in the hall, his heart filled with rage. A bunch of short-sighted fools. If it weren't for Li Yang, would they be sitting so arrogantly in the hall? Humph, you think I can't deal with you just like that? After organizing her thoughts, just as Li Yuelun was about to use her privileges as the head of the family, Li Yang strode in with both hands on her hips. Ignoring everyone's gaze, he calmly walked to the seat that belonged to the first elder, which was parallel to the head of the family, and sat down. Chapter 40. Master, what's all this smoky mess? Are they all just bored out of their minds? This is a council chamber, not a vegetable market. Are you, the head of the family, going to live a life of humiliation? The arrogant and domineering question rang out clearly, instantly resounding in everyone's ears. Quiet. The scene was completely silent. Everyone stared at Li Yang in utter shock. Only Li Yuelun looked embarrassed. He himself was not a dignified head of the household at all. He did not resent Li Yang's sarcasm. It's just that he's an indecisive person. Li Yang, what right do you have to sit in the elder's seat? Get down right now. After a moment, Li Li, realizing what was happening, stood up abruptly and pointed at Li Yang, questioning him. A washed-up young master dares to think he can ride on his neck and shit on him? That's just wishful thinking. Yeah, Li Yang, you better get down here right now, or you're dead. Li Yang, although you have done good for the Li family, don't take credit for yourself. Without us, you would still die. Get down here. Patriarch, what are you doing? Li Yang is actually treating you as an equal, how can you stand it? In an instant, the hall erupted in unrestrained shouts and accusations, showing absolutely no regard for the family head or Li Yang. System, scan Li Li. Ding. The system is scanning the target. Ding. Scan complete. Li Li, 7th level of the Spirit Origin Realm. Weaknesses: Sun's son-in-law embezzled public funds, had an affair with the Sun family, betrayed the Li family, and colluded with external enemies. System notification: the host can find a letter under the pillow in his bedroom, exposing Li Li's crime of colluding with the enemy. This will help stabilize the family's position. Upon seeing this, Li Yang was delighted. Li Li, are you really going to take the position of Grand Elder? Unfortunately, everyone is qualified, but you are not. Although Li Yang's voice wasn't loud, it instantly drowned out everyone else in the room. The hall fell silent immediately. Haha, I can't do it, but do you think a washed-up young master like you can? Li Li sneered after realizing what was happening. Hehe, you should know whether you're capable or not, right, Sun family's son-in-law, our elder Li Li. Everyone was stunned by these words. Li Li is the son-in-law of the Sun family. How could we not know? My god, if he becomes the Grand Elder, then the Li family will be in trouble. In an instant, everyone thought of a terrible outcome. The look in his eyes as he looked at Li Yang was filled with surprise and uncertainty. What's wrong with the Sun family's son-in-law? My heart is always with the Li family. Li Yang, don't talk nonsense. Li Li, whose expression changed drastically, offered a sophistry. Yes, Li Yang, being the son-in-law of the Sun family doesn't mean anything. You should know that all the senior members of the Li family have undergone rigorous vetting. Li Yang, are you trying to change the subject? Don't dodge the issue, get out of that seat now. That place doesn't belong to Elder Li Li. After realizing what had happened, everyone felt a bit scared, realizing they had almost been led astray by Li Yang. Seeing this, Li Li breathed a long sigh of relief and was about to say something. But Li Yang's next move caused his expression to change drastically once again. Suddenly, Li Yang, who was squinting, leaned close to Li Yuelun's ear and whispered something. Li Yuelun, who was at her wit's end, suddenly brightened up. After giving Li Li a deep look, he stood up. Wait here, I'll be right back. Upon seeing this, everyone looked puzzled. The look in his eyes as he looked at Li Yang was filled with disbelief. The head of the family actually listens to the words of a washed-up young master? Is Li Yang truly capable, or are they colluding with each other? Thinking of joining forces with them, the elder from the collateral branch suddenly had a bright idea in his eyes. She quickly whispered in Li Li's ear for a while. Li Li, who was worried about what Li Yuelun was doing, suddenly brightened up. Chapter 41. He immediately roared. Li Yang, so you colluded with outsiders and bewitched the family head, attempting to overthrow the Li family. Luckily, I discovered it early. Otherwise, the Li family would have ceased to exist. Wow! Everyone immediately erupted in an uproar. Holy crap, so Li Yang was a traitor. No wonder he knew everything. Kill him, and we'll support Elder Li Li. So what if he's the patriarch? Li Li's eyes were bloodshot, filled with grief and indignation, and his face was full of sorrow. But inside, he was already overjoyed. Haha, you're still too green, kid. Just as incompetent as your unfortunate old man. The Li family will be mine sooner or later. Li Li gritted his teeth, glared, and said angrily. For the future of the Li family, I am willing to be punished to kill you, the traitor of the Li family. As soon as he finished speaking, his massive body swayed and appeared in front of Li Yang in the blink of an eye, then he blasted out with a ferocious expression. System, scan Li Liwu's martial arts skills. Death-slaying palm, a high-grade Xian-level martial art. Weakness, incomplete. Full of loopholes and cannot be fixed. System notification, a groin kick can counter this move. Upon seeing this, Li Yang immediately burst into laughter. This system is really bad beyond belief. If I kick you, you might be childless. Haha, what an idiot. You're about to die and you're still laughing, and you even have the heart to drink tea. It's over. Li Yang, this genius who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, is about to be framed and killed. What can we do? He's a loyal follower, so what if he dies? They knew perfectly well that Li Yang was wronged, and that the accusation was baseless. But no one pitied Li Yang, they all watched it all with indifference. As his palm was about to strike Li Yang's chest, Li could already foresee the scene of Li Yang lying dead in the hall, and a smug look immediately appeared on his old face. Li Yang, in your next life, be reborn into an ordinary family. Haha, I am Li. Li, who was in the midst of his smugness, suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, he felt a piercing pain between his legs. Before he could even scream, he was instantly lifted into the air. The enormous body drew a graceful arc in the air. Thump! Scratching, scraping. It landed on the ground, breaking several tables before finally coming to a stop. At the same time, as Li Yang slowly retracted his kick, his Qi condensation realm level 2 cultivation instantly emanated from him. It filled the entire council hall without restraint. Quiet. A deathly silence. Everyone stared at Li Yang with their mouths agape and their eyes wide, utterly shocked. Qi condensation realm? Wasn't he at the 7th level of Qi refining yesterday? Overnight, not only did he break through a major realm, but he also successfully challenged someone of a higher level? Li Yang is terrifyingly powerful. In an instant, the elders retreated, putting distance between themselves and Li. My god, he blasted away a spirit origin expert with just the Qi condensation realm, and with such a simple and brutal method. Seeing Li clutching his groin, his face contorted in excruciating pain, everyone convulsed violently. Can anyone tell me what happened? When Li Yuelun rushed back to the hall, she was met with a chaotic scene and a group of bewildered people. Patriarch, Li Yang has bewitched you and is plotting something sinister. He tried to kill us to silence us while you were away. Li, disheveled, stood up from the ground, clutching his groin, and shuffled over to Li Yuelun, twisting the truth of the matter. Yes, Patriarch, quickly capture Li Yang and restore justice to the Li family. Kill him, this child cannot be allowed to live. The elders echoed this sentiment. But only 2 elders spoke up. This left Li and the other 2 elders extremely embarrassed. Chapter 42. Are you saying that Li Yang wants to kill you to silence you? Is there any evidence? Li Yuelun asked. Us. Li and the others were speechless. However, Li immediately gritted his teeth and said. In short, all of us elders have unanimously decided that Li Yang must die. Otherwise, you son of ABCH. Look at what they're saying about others. Li Yuelun roared, interrupting Li, and shoved a piece of paper into Li's arms. Upon seeing this, Li's expression changed drastically, even though he was in great pain. He recognized this piece of paper all too well. Isn't this a secret letter between him and Sun Bai? How did the head of the family obtain the position? Could it be that he just? In an instant, Li lost all his strength. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Completion. It's all over. How was it discovered after more than a decade of concealment? What, do you not want to see it, or are you afraid to see it? Coward. Li Yang put down his teacup and called out. Li Rongguan, third uncle, come in. Could you read the contents of this paper to Elder Li? As soon as Li Yang finished speaking, a person walked in from outside the hall. It was Li Rongguan, the marginalized deacon. Li Rongguan greets the patriarch and the grand elder. Their attitude was very respectful, showing no disrespect whatsoever for Li Yang, who was a junior. He knew everything that happened last night. Knowing this made him both incredibly shocked and gratified. He is the younger brother of Li Yuelun and Li Yang's father, and the 3 brothers originally had a very good relationship. However, Li Chengfeng forcibly separated them, and Li Yang's father was even murdered. Li Yuelun gave his incredibly low-key younger brother a complicated look and gestured for him to read. No need. I admit that my wife is the eldest daughter of the Sun family, Sun Bai's daughter. My goal is to overthrow the Li family and become a vassal family of the Sun family. Li said, his face ashen. Wow! These words immediately caused an uproar in the hall. What? Elder Li is actually a traitor. How is this possible? Li holds the lifeline of the Li family in his hands. If he were to betray us, wouldn't the Li family be finished? All the elders wore expressions of utter astonishment. Haha, so what if I admit it? Li Yuelun, do you still dare to kill me? You should know that I control the entire source of the Li family's spirit stones. You are just a puppet family head. I advise you to obediently relinquish the position of head of the family, so that you can save your life, otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Suddenly, Li sat down on the ground, bursting into laughter, extremely pleased with himself. Give me a break, stop trying to glorify yourself. You've been sidelined for a long time. Isn't that right, Uncle San? Li Rongguan, great perfection of the spirit origin realm. Weakness, the technique has flaws. System notification, Li Rongguan, under Li Yuelun's instructions, had already taken over the family's business and discovered evidence of the betrayal of 3 elders, including Li. If the host pulls it out, Li and 2 others will die, and the family will be stable. In fact, Li Yang scanned Li Rongguan the moment he entered and knew everything. Li Yang interrupted Li, looked at Li Rongguan with a leisurely air, and said jokingly. Haha, you little rascal, nothing can be hidden from you. Li Rongguan suddenly burst into laughter. Gone was his previous humility, he unleashed his true cultivation level with a resounding boom. The great perfection of the spirit origin realm. Seeing this, Li Yuelun smiled with satisfaction. Li Yang also smiled and remained silent. Only Li and the other elders were completely bewildered. Li Rongguan, you. Li coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared at Li Rongguan in horror. Chapter 43. Li Rongguan, you. Li coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared at Li Rongguan in horror. Was it you? Were you the one pulling the strings behind the scenes? Then, as if he had thought of something, he roared. Recently, he suddenly lost control of all of the Li family's businesses, and all the shopkeepers and managers were outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant towards him. What's even more infuriating is that he can't dismiss these managers and supervisors. Because he doesn't have that right. Only the eldest elder and the head of the family have this ability. Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to ascend to the position of Grand Elder to solve his immediate crisis. That's right, I've noticed you for a while now. When I saw you secretly moving the Li family's assets out of the Li family, either by selling or giving them away, I knew you were no good. Fortunately, I intervened in time. The Li family not only avoided damage to its foundation, but also turned many of the Sun family's shops into Li family assets. Actually, you deserve credit too. As soon as Li Rongguan finished speaking. Puff, puff, puff. Li couldn't help but spit out several mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to the ground. He died instantly. Quiet. The scene was completely silent. The elders, especially those who were on the same page as Li, trembled even more. Li Zhou, Li Tong has secretly embezzled the family's yuan stones and assets, and is in cahoots with Li. According to the family rules, he must be executed without mercy. Wrong Di, you will carry out the order. Li Yuelun's icy voice echoed in the hall, shaking the hearts of all the elders. Thump, thump. The 2, who were trembling, could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground. Spare us, Patriarch. We were also threatened and lured by Li. Master, spare our lives. We are willing to hand over all our property, just to beg for our lives. The 2 men kowtowed frantically. Why the hell are you only now trying to admit your mistakes? Where the hell were you before? Click, click. Li Rongguan swiftly brought down his knife. They chopped off the heads of the two men. Fresh blood gushed out instantly. One of the elders was unable to dodge in time and was sprayed directly. The scene fell silent instantly. All the elders looked at Li Rongguan in horror, trembling with fear. So the direct descendants have been working hard all along, and they've always been very strong. It's laughable that they're so arrogant, looking down on the core members, and even wanting to replace them. How ridiculous! In an instant, all the elders put aside those unrealistic ideas. From this day forward, in order to punish those clansmen who have overthrown the Li family, the position of elder of the punishment hall will be established, and Li Rongguan will assume the post. Furthermore, does anyone have any objections to the appointment of Li Yang as the grand elder of the Li family? A moment later, Li Yuelun's authoritative voice rang out in the hall. This finally brought the elder back to his senses. I will obey the master's orders. Congratulations, Elder Li Yang. Congratulations to Elder Li Rongguan on his appointment as elder of the punishment hall. The unified voices rang out in the council hall, immediately shocking the family members outside. Just as the disciples were discussing the matter, Li Yuelun intentionally announced that Li Yang had become the grand elder. Wow! Upon seeing this announcement, the entire Li family was in an uproar. What? Li Yang has actually become the grand elder. Stop talking nonsense. Did the elder who released this message get his head stuck in a door? Impossible. Even if Elder Li Chengfeng and the others are taken down, aren't there other elders and deacons? It shouldn't be Li Yang, this washed-up young master, who's past his prime, who gets to take over, right? Has the patriarch become senile? Immediately, the entire Li family was abuzz with discussion. At the same time, the other major families in Qilong City also learned of the huge changes in the Li family immediately. What? Li Yang has become the grand elder. How could that be? He's just a kid, what qualifications does he have to be the grand elder? Has Li Yuelun gone mad? It's over. The Li family's bright future has been ruined by Li Yuelun. This is utter nonsense. Making a child the grand elder? How could Li Yuelun even think of that? Suddenly, Qilong City was in turmoil. Chapter 44. The Sun Family. When Sun Bai heard this news, he knew that the nail he had driven into the Li family had been pulled out by the roots. The new grand elder of the Li family is not to be underestimated. He was a notorious cunning and shrewd man in Qilong City, and he knew Li Yuelun's character very well. Adding to the series of events that happened at the Li family yesterday, Li Yang's name immediately came into his view. This child must be eliminated. Lei Xiao was taken aback when he heard this. But he immediately burst into laughter. Good job, kid. Immediately, they headed straight for a secret room in the Lei family's residence. He needed to inform the patriarch immediately to discuss the upcoming transaction with Li Yang. At the same time, several other families also mobilized their resources to try to uncover the real secret behind Li Yang's election as the Li family's elder. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Li Rui, Li Yuelun's second son. After Li Yuelun's eldest son died young, he became a candidate for the next head of the family. 15-year-old Li Rui did not disappoint Li Yuelun. With his rare fire spirit physique, he was chosen as a closed-door disciple by the elder of Fire Cloud Valley, one of the three major sects of the Tiankai dynasty, which was famous for its alchemy. Although his status was not as high as that of Li Qinfeng's eldest son, he was not to be underestimated. He climbed out of the carriage, glanced at his own gate, and a happy smile appeared on his handsome face. However, when he saw a crowd of people gathered by the door, he frowned slightly and walked over. Ah, it's young Master Rui who's back. That's great, it's good that young Master Rui is back. That Li Yang is too arrogant. Young Master Rui, quickly go and ask the patriarch why Li Yang was made the grand elder. We are not satisfied. When the crowd saw Li Rui approaching, they quickly made way for him and started talking all at once. A dozen minutes later, Li Rui finally learned the whole story. Father, how could this be? How could Li Yang, a good-for-nothing, be appointed as the Grand Elder? Are you getting senile? The moment Li Rui saw the announcement, he was instantly furious. If we're talking about who Li Rui looks down on the most in the Li family, it has to be Li Yang. He's nothing special, yet he occupies the position of the Li family's #1 genius. What makes him so special? Rui, let me ask you, what is your current cultivation level? Faced with her son's questioning, Li Yuelun showed not a trace of anger. At this moment, holding a cup of tea, he asked slowly and deliberately. I had already broken through to the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm before I returned. Li Rui said proudly. Not bad. It's just a pity that you couldn't even last one move against Li Yang. Upon hearing this, Li Rui's 3 corpses jumped up in a frenzy. Father, don't boost others' morale and diminish our own. I will show you who the Li family's #1 genius really is. After speaking in a deep voice, Li Rui turned and strode away. Watching Li Rui's departing figure, Li Rongguan walked out from the back hall, saying as he went. Second brother, are you planning to cut the Gordian knot and support Li Yang to take the throne? Isn't there any other way to treat your injury? Li Rongguan's expression turned somewhat grim. If there were any other way, would I put Li Yang on the fire to roast? Li Yuelun said helplessly. Sigh, I hope that kid won't blame me. How could that be? That kid probably already knew your intentions. Besides, how do you know Li Yang can't save you? Upon hearing this, Li Yuelun's eyes lit up at first, but then dimmed immediately. It's easier said than done. Meanwhile, Li Yang, who had been roasted over a fire by Li Yuelun, was sitting in the cultivation room. He took a yellowed book from Li Yun across from him. System, scan with one click. Ding! The system is scanning the target. Ding! Scan complete. Chapter 45. Thousand Waves Technique, a low-grade Earth-level cultivation technique. Suspected to have originated from an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. Vulnerability, damaged, incomplete. System prompt, if you place the Li family's ordinary sword technique together with it, the host can use one free repair opportunity to repair it. You can obtain a top-grade heavenly level cultivation technique, the great waves wash away the sand. Nodding in satisfaction, Li Yang looked up at Li Yun, who was looking at him expectantly, and said. The Supreme Elder will come again in 3 days, and I will definitely repair it. Really? Li Yun immediately said excitedly. Certainly. Li Yang, forgive my impertinence, but what about your back? All right, that's enough. I don't want this backer to be exposed. Remember, it's enough that you and I know about this. Li Yang certainly knew what Li Yun wanted to say. What he wanted to say was whether there was a mysterious powerful figure behind Li Yang. Just as I expected. After swallowing hard, Li Yun immediately understood what was going on. Then, he secretly rejoiced, thankful that it was Li Yang and not someone else involved, otherwise the Li family would surely perish. All right, I will not concern myself with this matter. As he spoke, Li Yun placed an old-fashioned wooden box on the table and said meaningfully. Now that you are the Grand Elder, there are some things you should know. This contains more than just a few useless pieces of paper, it contains many secrets. Remember, this is something you only need to know. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and drifted away. Upon seeing this, Li Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Are there any more surprises? I was going to open it and take a look. But they were interrupted by a voice. Hey, Grand Elder? What are you doing here? Oh, it's Li Rui. Your old master finally let you come back. You're here to catch up with Li Yang, right? Then I won't disturb you any longer. But young people should know how to be humble. Li Yun was unaware of Li Yuelun's thoughts. Besides feeling gratified, he also felt an urge to become stronger. If I break through the innate realm and reach the celestial realm, everything will be resolved. The three realms of innate nature are, innate, heaven and man, and embracing the primordial essence. However, he lingered in the innate realm for decades. Li Yang, the prosperity of the Li family depends on you. As for Li Rui and the others, they should just play supporting roles. My God, what's the Supreme Elder doing here? Does he have a good relationship with Li Yang? How is that possible? Li Rui stood at the entrance of Wen Lan's villa, hesitating for a moment. He dared to offend Li Yang, but he wouldn't dare utter a sound when facing the Supreme Elder. That was someone even his father feared. But little did he know that Li Yang was also terrifying to his father. Young master, perhaps we should retreat. With the Supreme Elder backing Li Yang, we can't afford to offend him. One of the henchmen suggested in a low voice. Brother Li Rutang, you're back quickly. Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out from his left rear, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Oh, it's Li Duo, my cousin. You're back too. Upon seeing who it was, a smile immediately appeared on Li Rui's face. Li Duo, Li Rongwen's only son, also possesses the rare wood spirit physique and was taken in as a closed-door disciple by another alchemy master from Fire Cloud Valley. The two were not only cousins but also fellow disciples, so their relationship was naturally extraordinary. Yes, I heard that our new elder of the Li family is our elder brother Li Yang, so naturally I have to come back to pay my respects. Li Duo was tall and strong, standing there, he resembled a black tower. He walks with a vigorous and energetic stride. He quickly arrived in front of Li Rui, glanced at the gate of Wen Lan's villa, and said, Li Rui, are you really going to challenge Brother Yang? Li Duo asked with a strange expression. Chapter 46. Before Li Duo returned, he had already received a secret letter from his father. After he returns, he should curry favor with Li Yang and hopefully learn something from him that will be of great use to him. In addition, his father also said that Li Yang could refine top-grade elixirs. After the initial shock, he remained skeptical. Top-grade elixir? Joke. That's something even his master couldn't compare to. How could a young master of a family possibly refine it? But his father wasn't one to talk nonsense. Could it be that he really had some extraordinary abilities? That was the real reason he rushed back. I thought Li Rui already knew. But upon closer inspection, it turns out that's not the case at all. Didn't second uncle tell Li Rui? If that's the case, then why is that? Li Duo immediately thought of many things. But they still couldn't grasp the key points. Li Rui glanced at him but said nothing. But I don't know why, I suddenly had the courage. Li Yang, come out here, I want to challenge you. Immediately, Li Rui roared at the top of his lungs. Then, surrounded by the crowd, he walked into Wen Lan's villa. Hey, Master Lin, what are you doing here? Everyone immediately spotted Lin Xiaofeng standing at the entrance of Li Yang's training room. Who is Lam Hiufeng? An alchemist who was treated as an honored guest by the Li family. Their alchemy skills were far superior to theirs. He's usually a cocky, arrogant guy. What is he doing here? Are you here to pay your respects to Elder Li Yang? That's bullshit. Lin Xiaofeng greets the two young masters. Lin Xiaofeng bowed respectfully without being humble or arrogant. Isn't this unnecessary trouble for my second uncle? Upon hearing this voice, Li Yang knew perfectly well that trouble was on its way. However, it is said that Li Rui has the fire spirit body, while his other cousin has the wood spirit body. Tisk tisk, these are both rare physiques in the world. I want to see them for myself. Muttering to himself, Li Yang walked out of the cultivation room. What's all the noise about? So you don't need to cultivate anymore, right? Li Yang picked at his ear as he walked out of the training room. Reporting to Master, young Master Li Rui wishes to challenge you. Lin Xiaofeng suddenly spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at Lin Xiaofeng and Li Yang, who was standing at the door. Holy crap, Master Lin, are you still half asleep? What's your name, Li Yang, Master? Can you stop talking nonsense? The crowd, realizing what was happening, immediately cried out in surprise. Looking at Li Yang and Lin Xiaofeng, he felt utterly bewildered. Master? Does that mean Li Yang's alchemy skills are much better than Lin Xiaofeng's? How is that possible? Without explanation or regard for the crowd, Lin Xiaofeng naturally stood behind Li Yang. Seeing this, everyone fell silent, and no one even dared to look Li Yang in the eye. The fact that Li Yang was able to subdue such a powerful alchemist speaks volumes about his abilities. Hehe, brother Li Yang, I never expected that after a few years, you would have become the Grand Elder. I am truly impressed. Li Duo spoke first. System, scan Li Duo and Li Rui. Li Yang immediately activated the one-click scan. Li Duo, 7th level of Qi condensation realm. Low-level alchemist with a 40% success rate in alchemy. Weakness, due to the lack of a proper alchemy lineage, the alchemy skills are unstable, hindering the breakthrough in cultivation level. Li Rui, 7th level of Qi condensation realm. Low-level alchemist with a 30% success rate in alchemy. Weakness, same as above. A low-level alchemist. Alchemist, Alchemist Master, Alchemy Grandmaster, Alchemy Sage, Alchemy Master. These two guys are still a long way off. Li Yang shook his head, instantly losing interest. Chapter 47. However, if they hadn't been taken away by their respective masters when they were young, I probably wouldn't have been the number one genius in the Li family. Second uncle, it seems you're not just trying to establish my prestige, are you? You old geezers are all so cunning and shrewd. Li Yang thought to himself, then smiled and said. Hey kid, what's there to congratulate your own buddy? By the way, why didn't you cultivate in Fire Cloud Valley and came back here? Hehe, wasn't it because the Patriarch urgently summoned us back to participate in the dragon taming tournament? Li Duo scratched his head and said with a grin. Li Yang, I want to challenge you. Although Li Rui was intimidated by Li Yang's imposing manner, he still did not forget the purpose of his visit. At this moment, he mustered up his courage and shouted. Want to challenge me? Li Yang bypassed Li Duo and came to stand in front of Li Rui, looking down at him with his eagle eyes. Boom! When Li Rui's eyes met Li Yang's, he immediately felt as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast. A chill ran down my spine, my scalp tingled, and I couldn't help but tremble. He unconsciously took a few steps back. You! What a terrifying look! Li Rui swore that even the most powerful beasts he encountered in the beast forest were not as terrifying as these eyes. You can challenge me, but you'd better unleash your strongest attack, otherwise you won't have the slightest chance of winning. And you might as well all come at me at once. You should all come at me together. Domineering, arrogant, and overbearing. Especially that arrogant and disdainful expression. This instantly ignited the competitive spirit of Li Duo and Li Rui. Elder, although you are the Grand Elder, it doesn't mean you can defeat the two of us brothers. Do you really intend to fight both of us alone? Li Rui asked with surprise and doubt. Yes, Brother Yang, swords and knives have no eyes, you must be joking, right? Li Duo chuckled dryly. It seems this guy has become more and more shameless over the years. Stop talking nonsense, I have things to do, hurry up. Li Yang said impatiently. However, the more Li Yang acted this way, the more hesitant Li Rui and Li Duo became. Ultimately, neither of the brothers intended to take advantage of the situation. Upright and honest. Even the young masters of prominent families cannot change the uprightness in their bones. Moreover, the two men were already far more powerful than Li Yang, so their victory was even more unfair given their numerical advantage. It's just a friendly spar between brothers. If they really hurt each other, it would be hard to face their father. Damn it, you two little brats think you can beat the Grand Elder like this? He made you both come at him together so that he wouldn't make your defeat too humiliating. Just then, Li Rongguan roared in one of the main halls. His roar was the final straw that broke the camel's back. This instantly ignited the anger of Li Rui and his companion. Brother Yang, since that's the case, don't blame us brothers for winning unfairly. Brother Yang, you're too infuriating. We're going to teach you a lesson today, no matter what. We brothers will show you that being the Grand Elder isn't so easy. Boom! Boom! As soon as the two finished speaking, he roared and instantly unleashed his powerful aura. Fiery Cloud Palm. Shaking Heaven Fist. Take this. One from the left and one from the right, one with a fist and one with a palm, they instantly transformed into a raging storm that swept towards Li Yang. The overwhelming force of the attack caused everyone in the courtyard to turn pale and retreat rapidly. Upon seeing this, Li Yang's eyes lit up. A bold idea suddenly came to mind. Chapter 48. System, Skin with one click. Fiery Cloud Palm, High-grade Xian level. Attack power, 125, Destructive power, 112, Strength, 100. Weaknesses, not enough heat control, not fierce enough. Heaven Shaking Fist, High-grade Xian level. Strength, 200, Destructive power, 135, Attack power, 136. Weakness, although the skill is there, it is vague and unreliable, with too many variations, losing the characteristics that this style of boxing should have. Vulnerability, the host can use the Ling Long step combined with the 4 ounces to deflect a 1,000 pounds technique to redirect the fiery cloud palm towards the heaven shaking fist. If you use your own spear to attack your own shield, you can break it. System prompt, if the host intends to repair these two martial arts skills, he may consider the theory of mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements, and may obtain the heaven-level superior martial arts skill, the 4 directions fire spirit scripture. It can indeed be fused. A bright smile immediately appeared on Li Yang's face. Indeed, when he saw the two using these 2 martial arts techniques, he immediately thought of their constitutions, one was fire, and the other was wood. They complement each other, generate and restrain each other, and are ever-changing. If the fusion is successful, their combined power can rival that of the innate. Now it seems that it was indeed possible. It's time for the Li family to rise to prominence. After thinking it over, Li Yang no longer hesitated. With a swift movement, she transformed into a gust of wind and lightning, disappearing in an instant. With the fiery cloud palm on the left and the heaven-shaking fist on the right, the two brothers complemented each other, instantly unleashing unparalleled offensive power. Instantly, the area within several meters of the three of them became a stormy sea. Like being stuck in a quagmire, Li Yang had no chance to escape. Damn, he's still grinning like an idiot, I really don't know what he's doing. Just as Li Rui and Li Duo were secretly chuckling, they suddenly realized that Li Yang had disappeared. In his surprise and uncertainty, Li Rui wanted to turn around and look for Li Yang, but at that moment, he felt as if his palm strike had hit a pile of fat. Soft and fluffy. Startled, he immediately increased the force. Holy crap, what is Li Duo trying to do? Why is his fist coming at me? I can't dodge, there's no way I can avoid it. Then let's take the picture. Li Duo felt as if his fist had punched a balloon. It's so slippery that if you're not careful, it will slide along the surface of the balloon and bounce to the side. Oh my god, damn Li Rui, why did you take a picture of me? I'm outta here. No, it's too late, let's just blast it. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, Li Rui's palm struck Li Duo's fist hard. Those watching from the sidelines saw Li Yang, who was in the midst of the storm, suddenly appear next to Li Rui and Li Duo. He gently used the backs of his hands to nudge their palms and fists. Then, Li Rui and Li Duo changed their attack direction and bombarded each other. Holy crap, Li Rui, why the hell are you taking pictures of me? Damn it, you're crying wolf. You don't need to use your fists to attack me, I can slap you. The two people who were instantly sent flying back exclaimed in surprise. Crackle, crackle. The fence and other objects in the yard were instantly smashed to pieces by the two men. They were also rolling on the ground like gourds. From the moment the two began their attack to the moment they were swept back, only 3 breaths had passed. Quiet. The scene was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by the result. My God, the Grand Elder is terrifying. It seemed that he only waved his arms casually a few times, and the two young masters were defeated. That's amazing. The Grand Elder is unparalleled in both defense and offense. I'm convinced, I'm completely convinced. The Grand Elder truly lives up to his reputation. Li Rongguan swayed and almost fell off the main hall. Chapter 49. He knew the two would definitely lose, but he didn't expect them to lose so decisively. From his perspective as an observer, Li Yang didn't even make a move. He completely exploited the weakness in their martial arts techniques. But I have no answer to this. A meticulous mind, keen and perceptive observation skills, and that incomparably pure elemental energy. Haha, the Dragon Sovereign Tournament, it's time for our Li family to return. In an instant, Li Rongguan's square face lit up with excitement. How is this possible? This can't be. This doesn't make any sense at all. Li Rui stood up blankly, looking completely bewildered. He was only at the 2nd level of the Qi condensation realm, and he hadn't used any martial arts techniques, but why was our alliance broken so easily? My God, how did he do that? Is he a deity? It's obvious that he isn't. That's absolutely terrifying. Although Li Duo was a bit better than him and even dared to smile at Li Yang, his heart was already filled with turbulent waves. How did he know the flaw in my boxing technique? Could it be that he has seen the heaven-shaking fist? But that's impossible. This is a martial art unique to Fire Cloud Valley, outsiders have no way of seeing it. In an instant, Li Duo was completely bewildered. All right, you two little brats, now you know why Li Yang became the Grand Elder of the Li family, right? Humph, you dare to question the decisions of the family's higher UPS? Don't you even use your brains? Do you think we're idiots? The Grand Elder holds supreme authority in the Li family. In the future, if anyone speaks ill of him behind his back, I, the Elder of the Punishment Hall, will not tolerate it. At this moment, Li Rongguan's voice echoed throughout the various courtyards of the Li family, shaking everyone's hearts. Greetings, Elder. All the Li family members who were watching the commotion in Wenlin Villa, including Li Rui and Li Duo, immediately bowed and greeted him. The voices were perfectly synchronized and resounded through the sky. Upon seeing this, Li Yang smiled slightly. I know that although you all agree verbally, you may not be convinced in your hearts. But it doesn't matter, I will let you know that I can sit in this position of the Grand Elder. At this point, Li Yang glanced at Li Rui and Li Duo and said, Everyone, disperse. Li Rui, Li Duo, come find me after dinner. The two people who were walking out were suddenly stunned. What are you doing? Retaliation. Hey bro, you can't be that petty, can you? Shaking their heads and sighing, everyone soon left Wenlin Villa. Meanwhile, news spread like wildfire that Li Yang had defeated 2 of the Li family's geniuses in half a move. This immediately caused a huge uproar. People exclaimed in surprise that Li Yang of the Li family might be able to change the unchanging pattern of the Tiankai dynasty for thousands of years. Wenlin Villa. Uncle Chuan, temporarily close Wenlin Villa. Don't let anyone disturb me before dinner. Yes, young master. Li Chuan said with a chuckle. Xiao Feng, these are some of my insights into alchemy. Take a look at them first. In addition, I will give you 10 days to refine a high-grade spirit-nourishing pill for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofeng, who was standing behind Li Yang, widened his eyes in surprise. I will obey my master's orders. He bowed and took the papers from Li Yang's hand, then left with an excited expression. For Li Yang, subduing Li Rui and Li Duo was a piece of cake. His main focus was still on those few blank pages. So, as soon as he returned to the cultivation room, he couldn't wait to open the wooden box that Li Yun had given him. Inside the wooden box lay a scroll and a few pages of white paper, lying quietly. With excitement, Li Yang gave the instructions. The system scans the scroll and the paper. Chapter 50. The Tiankai Dynasty, founded by Yuan Tiankai. Yuan Tiankai, he left behind a legacy 1,000 years ago and then disappeared. This legacy is jointly managed by 7 major families: Yuan, Zhang, Li Lei, Wang, Sun, Wu, and Zhou. System notification: it is suspected that Yuan Tiankai was one of the first cultivators, or that he has already perished, or that he may have gone to another world, perhaps even within the Tiankai dynasty. Dragon locking technique, a partial inheritance of Yuan Tiankai. It can be repaired by collecting all 49 pages of paper, soaking them in rootless water, and spending 100 cultivation points. The complete dragon locking technique will then be obtained. System notification: upon detection, the aura of Yuan Tiankai was detected on the dragon locking technique. It is suspected that Yuan Tiankai has other schemes. System notification: if the host repairs and cultivates the dragon locking technique, they will gain entry into immortal cultivation and will be able to find traces of Yuan Tiankai. When the handwriting appeared before his eyes, Li Yang was instantly stunned. Yuan Tiankai? Dragon locking technique? Good heavens, things are really not that simple after all. Moreover, judging from the situation, the entire Tiankai dynasty seems to be a scam. Furthermore, if he were to collect all the blank pages and cultivate them, he could unravel the secret of Yuan Tiankai's disappearance. But why didn't Yuan Tiankai place the inheritance in his own family, but instead divided it into 7 parts? Is there some unknown secret behind this? After a long pause, Li Yang muttered to himself. Ding! D-level mission completed. Uncover the secrets of the Tiankai dynasty and find traces of cultivators. Mission details: because the host obtained a magical artifact, he learned of the existence of cultivators. If the host finds traces of cultivators from the Tiankai dynasty, he/she will be rewarded with 15 cultivation points and 1 free repair opportunity. At this moment, a system notification sounded, pulling Li Yang back to reality. After glancing at the scroll in the box, Li Yang opened it and began to read it carefully. An hour later, Li Yang finally finished reading the entire scroll. I also truly learned about the development history of the Tiankai dynasty over the past few hundred years. However, the scroll contains no introduction about Yuan Tiankai. It only mentions him briefly in a few strokes. In fact, it never happened for hundreds of years. Just like in the beginning, they suddenly disappeared. Without a trace. This only introduces the human geography of the Tiankai dynasty, as well as the various families' understanding and interpretation of the wordless pages. It was stipulated that the 7 major families should gather once every 10 years to exchange their insights gained over the past decade. This is the origin of the Imperial Dragon Tournament. However, that is the problem. According to the previous ancestor of the Li family, all the ancestors of the 7 major families who participated in more than 10 dragon riding tournaments would die without illness. It looked as if all life had been drained from it, a truly pitiful sight. Therefore, the Tiankai dynasty has an unwritten rule that all the ancestors who are about to participate in the 10th Imperial Dragon Assembly will make clear their affairs after death. At least select a successor for the next generation, transfer all your power to him, and forcibly create a congenital powerhouse. It is worth mentioning that this ancestor of the Li family is also the only one who did not turn into a dried-up human body. He committed suicide. And on the night before his suicide, they made a bold guess. Yuan Tiankai did not die. He hides in the shadows, sustaining his life by absorbing the essence and blood of the patriarchs of various families. Or perhaps he is cultivating some kind of evil art. Furthermore, he deduced that once the blank pages were unlocked and fully understood, it would mark the demise of the 7 great families, and the end of the Tiankai dynasty. But this is just speculation and cannot be verified. There is also no conclusive evidence to prove Yuan Tiankai's true intentions. However, this ancestor's unexpected action gave Li Yun, the current supreme elder of the Li family, a chance to catch his breath. He is also the only one among the 7 major families who has raised his cultivation to the peak of the innate realm. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. If this is true, then what kind of grand scheme is Yuan Tiankai playing? A playful look appeared in Li Yang's eyes.